So as you can see, the Imperial Guard have been exceptionally successful in their endeavors. All of chaos flees before the glory of the god. But we're not doing this campaign yet. There we go. Behold our glory. Our infinite glory. Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I guess, but we can't actually attack Gorguts. That's funny. That's okay. Everything's okay. Just gonna attack someone else instead. So let's go get into a position where we can attack Gorguts. Wait, what's this place give? Blade ones. Ooh. What's that one give? Nothing. Let's not get greedy. Attack! Give me more. More! I'm gonna go ahead and grab the scarabs now. That should be fun. Yes. Yes, J. Palmer, behold! Oh, that's like right in the middle of the screen. Hang on, we need to get rid of that. There we go. Okay. So, there's our army that we start with. We start the map with. We are now on a deadline. We have to build as much as we can before our army completely destroys the enemy. It's kind of a unique challenge run. So we want power. Ah! Just want all the power, really. That's what we're after. No, we're not on the bad campaign. We finished Winter Assault, we're on the good stuff. That's why the gameplay score started catching up again. Alright, who are we fighting? The Orcs? Well, green is best. Getting some basic defenses going. Did it turn out well, J. Palmer? Because I'm sorry for that slight sleep schedule, because that sounds awful. I shouldn't even laugh, because I'm totally there with you. I've experienced that many a time myself. The Orcs are like, we got these dead boys. And we're like, no, no, you don't. What game concept did you go with, if you don't mind sharing? Dungeon crawler Doom game? Like, actually Doom? Interesting. Is it turn-based, or, like, real-time, or what? Or is it like, what do they call that? Interaction-based, movement-based, whatever that's called. Oh, there's their base. Whoa, this way. Interesting. Sounds very strange, but awesome. I hope they liked it. Like it? Whatever tense is appropriate there. Well, we win. Oh, nope, there's another enemy. Excellent. More time to build. Death to the warg. And not out of this yet, boys. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have used Unreal, but I don't know that much about other alternatives. Other than Godot and Excuse me. Unity. And Unity... Unity's Unity, so... Like, I wouldn't work with Unity if I had a choice on the matter, honestly. Okay, we got that going. Let's see if we can get an archive going, just for funsies. We're just getting greedy at this point. Interesting maneuver. Congratulations, you are now in the middle of the giant swarm of death creatures. Was this your plan? Oh, and we're about to win. Quick, finish! Finish! Hang on. It's too late. You can pull them back quickly enough. Okay. We have become greedy. Who's ready for our first stronghold? The Orcs! Grab my destroyer there.
Those opposing Warlord Gorgut's headhunters Green Tide faced the same challenge the Tau had faced on Cronus for generations. Pushing the Orcs back from the deserts and cities was one thing, but dislodging them from the jungle was another altogether. Even the legendary Tau leader, Commander Farsight, had failed to purge the Orc-infested swamps of the Green Coast. Still, a complete purge wasn't necessary to break Gorguts. The Warlord had cobbled together his great horde, or Waaagh, in the parlance of the alien, from a large number of fractious clans and tribes. So long as the Warlord led the Waaagh to victory, their clan's loyalty was assured. But with enemies assailing them in their very homes, discontent reared its head among the Orcs. Secondary chieftains wondered if they might not make better warlords than Gorguts. With these fissures in the Waaagh widening, the Orcs' enemies struck. They drove deep into the Green Coast, hoping to eliminate Gorguts himself and plunge the Horde into infighting and rebellion. For Warlord Gorguts, the only solution was to crush the attackers under unrelenting waves of Orc warriors.
Oh, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Uh-oh. Can someone answer Triaxi for me? Because I don't think he's heard me when I've said it out loud.
You think you can sneak about without me boys seeing ya? You think you can come for me, Ed? Orcs is never beaten in battle. Shut it, you grot! The rest of them are coming and we got to be ready. Tell the boys there's some killing to do. I made them big banners to remind the clans that they better keep their boys in line. I don't want no squigheads looking to fight me when the enemy's right here. Gorguts is the war boss. Got it, you mucksuckers? This here voicey box let him talk to you. So open your ears. Listen up, you grots and squids. They's coming for us like we some kind of human kits, but we ain't. We's the Orcs, and this here is gonna be one great fight. So get your choppers and your shooters ready, boys, cause there's some killing to do. Ed Crossers, you ready? Foot stompers, you squiggers and such ready? Burner boys, you wanna fight? Rocket Rangers, you in it or what? And what about you, Quick Mix? You gonna let these other runts get all
Uthor. Walk. So, if you're paying attention, this is actually really similar to that Winter Assault mission, which I wouldn't have known in reverse, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so we're over here.
Has arrived. We come for you. Death! You look more like a human who needs some feeding, metal boy. We exterminated all life on this planet once before, and we will do so again. That was before me war got here. Now we the ones doing the exterminating.
I do not, Jay Palmer. I have a pretty vague idea in my head, but obviously that doesn't help anybody. I don't know how much we have to build up in this mission, but I'm going to treat this like a real mission and just kind of build up like crazy. Usual procedure, really. Oh, we're already killing it. They're here immediately. Which is why you don't want to do this without, what you think. Honor guard. Back off a little bit. We're gonna hold up a little bit. Just a little. Just a little. Let's see. Let's just chill for a minute. Honestly, I hate to do that. Let's just chill for a minute. Let's just chill for a minute. So you do this. You to do that. I need you to do that. There they are. Chill for a moment, be nice and safe. Nothing bad is happening. Everything is happiness and joy forever. Those are the control points. Those are what we want to grab acquisition, or in our case, percentage. We want to become a slow, roiling tide of death that rolls over our enemies. Any questions? Kind of like the Scourge, except not quite. Not really like the Flood, no, ironically. No, the Flood are way higher tier than this nonsense, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. What the hell? The Borg, I mean, the Necrons are their own thing. I keep wanting to see the Drought or something. So.
You just shoot us, you kids!
Oh, okay. Using the shooters, boss. Do zombies exist in Warhammer? Well, so in Warhammer Fantasy, there are undead. Quite a few of them, actually. But in the thing we're playing right now, not so much. So let's do this. Yeah, I hate to agree with Uthor, because we all know that's like my kryptonite. But it does kind of depend on what you define as zombies. Some people would call the Borg zombies, and it's like, I get where you're coming from, but Necrons have to do with death? Well, they're all dead, so that probably helps. So the old Krons, the ones we're currently playing, a long time ago there was this thing called Catan, and Catan's like, you know what I like? I like eating death. Could you feed life to me? And they were like, sure! And so it ate all of them. And these aren't actually like undead robots. These are, or excuse me, these aren't like undead robots. They're just robots. There is, so in the parlance of Warhammer, there's no soul in these creatures. Because their souls were devoured. Because, nom. Any questions? That's more of these things. But yeah, they're as dead can get in a setting like this where souls are such a big deal. Well, the Necrons are much cooler. The Necrons are awesome. Any questions? Well, they're not really people because they're kind of mindless, so they got that going against them. But it's okay, they gain all kinds of benefits for being mindless zombie warriors. Hive mind... Help me out here, Huthor, because from my understanding, there's not a hive mind, there's just no mind at all. They're robots. They do what they're told. With the exceptions, obviously.
One more red for me, stick.
Like, we have an army of Roombas. You know, I don't know if this came out after Warcraft 3. When did Warcraft 3 come out? Well, in this case, the specific person who's telling them what to do is this guy right here. I'm trying to get you a close-up shot, but this is about as far in as I could get the camera. You gotta see him there. He's like, hi. Hello. I am a Necron Lord. Beep boop. There you go. Then Warcraft 3 predates the original Dawn of War by 2 years. That's bonkers to think about. I mean, Warcraft 3 is Warcraft 3, so I guess that's not that shocking. It's just, geez, Louise. We still building? We're not still building. Does he have a soul? I'm actually not sure about that. Okay, he does not have a soul. Got it. Wasn't sure. He has a mind, I know. He has an intellect. Give orders. I mean, I don't mean any offense to this game whatsoever. I enjoy Dawn of War for what it is. But it's shocking that a game that came out 2 years before it just stomps it in so many different ways. Now I'm curious. You got me wondering while we're doing some build-up here before we start doing the mission objectives. And there's the flicker. You're gonna have to live with the flicker for a second. Sorry. Can't wiggle the mouse while I'm on my phone. So, I'm actually looking at the interface for Warcraft 3, and I get where you're coming from on them obviously trying to ape the design, but I'm not sure I agree with the almost identical comment. Okay, can we make any more? We can, good lord. Okay, more! More! Insert more meme here. Okay, that's our last one. So let's get an energy core going, just for tech purposes. Enjoy the dinner, J. Palmer, and enjoy sleep whenever you get there. Hopefully at a time that will be most enjoyable. So now we just need the core and the relic, which obviously we don't have, but we can make destroyers, and we do have destroyers, so... Let's go ahead and start moving. Or, okay, let's go north. Let's go north.
Get at 'em, boys! They break real good!
We super don't. Oh yeah, propaganda, right. Ignore me. I love the range on these turrets. I guess all turrets have good range, but the Gauss rifles are ridiculous. Is that all of them? That's all of them. Cool. Honestly, yeah. Let's split up the groups a little more. There we go. Switch up. You get up here. What? Oh, yeah. So, secondary objectives. Takes out the individual banners.
He's coming for ya!
And that reduces the sort of forces you're fighting. It's the orcs! They only fight when they've got the right banner to fight. Obviously. So let's do... Wow, I do not have a lot of vehicle cap, do I? So we'll do one of those and two of those, and we can't even afford all that. So, meanwhile, we'll just scooch up here. Up here, please. Up here, please. Stop getting distracted. Got the war banner. Thank you. So if we take this out, I don't actually remember what happens exactly. It's either they stop fighting us, or they fight us and him. But both are acceptable, so let's just go do that. Crunched.
Gorguts ain't so tough! Get him! Ain't no grot lover's gonna leave me war! Chop 'em up, boys!
Boss! The head crushers! He's rebelling!
I can see that, you squeak farmer! Shut your yap and get back to killing!
But killing who, boss?
Got a point.
Oh, the big banner is gone! The big banner is gone! I'm the boss now, so shut it! Head crushers! We's on our own now!
Your skull's going right on top of me pointy stick! That's an honor, that is!
Looks like they're just a separate faction now, if I'm reading that correctly. So not the most beneficial situation, but, you know, better than nothing. We're gonna withdraw a little bit, or just, okay, target that thing, target that thing. Quickly, please. Where's my destroyers? Where's my destroyers? There they are. Send out the destroyers. Hey, Zektaft. Well, plus, the Necrons aren't really interested in cooperation since their only goal is to feed all life to their, you know, whatever they are. Void things. Okay. One base down. Oh, excuse me. The Necrons enslaved the Catan. You know, I kind of prefer that. Or the more I hear about the Necrons, the more I like them, which probably just says a lot about how much of a Warhammer 40k fan I am not. Okay, so why do I not have my peeps? Where's my peeps, my bleeps, and my creeps? So I want at least 2 heavies. I want to be really mean, I'd start getting pariahs going, too. Go ahead and pull back the destroyers for now, just in case. Yep, just Raspberry Jammer. Thank you for getting it, Brakeman. You always bring a smile to my face. Even when you're burning forests to the ground. Both times were accidents. You know, you've said that before. I'm not sure I believe you. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you're dead. So I'm just gonna let you die. Where did these guys come from? Out of nowhere.
Chop 'em up, boys, but bring me the edge.
So what you're saying, Huthor, is the more I hear, the more I should be rooting for the Necrons to just win. If we're gonna have a permanent status quo change, it's gonna be the Necron. Let's do it. And then GW's like, oh yeah, so we've retconned the Necrons. Now they're the newer Crons. And eventually they'll become the Unicrons, and then we'll just have a whole mess. Unless you like, you know, Transformers. Then you might be happy about that. Let's get... Screw it, let's just be ridiculous. Let's get some pariahs in this nonsense. And some flayed ones, obviously. Oh, god damn it, Decepticons! Why are they called Decepticons? I know the answer to that. Don't answer that. I am doing in a good mood, and it's really funny. Can anyone guess why I'm in a good mood right now? It's not any reason you're probably thinking. My favorite bit in the recent Transformers film, the good one, is, "Sir, I don't know if we should trust them." What do you mean? They're called Decepticons, sir! Oh, yeah. I've done logistics? Nope, because I'm playing a better game. Close, but no. I mean, that actually did uplift my mood this morning. I won't lie about that. But you're wondering why I'm in a good mood right now. Well, it's because I'm on drugs! That's not a joke. So before the lunch break, I started having a fairly bad headache. Like, migraine-level headache. And I was like, you know what, I'm not playing today. I'm not playing. So I took a hydrocodone. Yeah, no, I'm not today. This whole week has been a garbage fire, and I am not playing right now. You know the worst part about hydrocodone? Well, okay, the worst part would probably be the nausea. You know what the second worst part about the hydrocodone? Oh, there's the Rocket Rangers.
What you doing, Rocket Rangers? They's coming for ya! Attack!
Jesus Christ. That thing just picked up a thing larger and heavier than it and just flung it. No, addiction's actually easier to manage for that than you'd think. That's not the part of it. And that's not the fact that it wears off. It's the fact that the way it works, at least for me, is you can still tell that the pain's there. It's just not stabbing you in the face. Look at him! You're still in pain, it's just, okay. It's hard to explain if you've never been on it. I hope most people never get on it, for that matter. What was that, Huthor? No! Boom spiders. No! My beloveds! My totally not Nerubians. Whoops, wrong ones. I wanted you guys.
Told you the boss wasn't so tough. He can't even protect his own banner. Bet the Gorguts ain't so tough neither. Yeah, let's find out.
The Necrons are, Imagine if the Scourge in gameplay were as powerful as the Scourge were in lore. That's the Necrons. But they do not play around. Who's Chris de Burgh? You mentioned that earlier, too. I don't know these things. I'm being told names. I don't know what they mean. I'll just hold on to that for right now. We're not in any rush. We're crushing. Damn those musicians. Being more talented than me. More skilled than me. Better than me in every way. Well, that's 2 Olk bases completely obliterated off the face of reality. Let's try for a hat trick here, shall we? Let's go south. Whoop, whoop. Let's go north. New plan. New plan. Jesus Christ, destroyers are ridiculous. So what is that? 3, 3, 6, 9, 12. It's gonna be too much, so I can only have 3 more. So let's do Burna Boys.
Ya Burna Boy gits! They's right there! Get a burning!
Time to crush the Burna Boys.
Gorguts' big banner got blown up. Gorguts is a grot herder, that one. I should be boss. No way. I's the boss now.
Oh, you heard him. So, in answer to Trihexia's questions, when did I decide to fuse all the expansions instead of 2 separate streams was the very second the game was added to the list, because that's how we always do expansions. Like, I don't think we've ever divided expansions up. The only time we did something close to that was with, like, MMOs. And even that, we still actually count that all as part of one game in the final equation. There we go. Now we've got a destroyer squad going. But let's not go that way. Let's not go that way.
Big banners burn good, don't they? That was the boss's big banner, you get? Big boss banners burn real good.
You heard him. Pirate faction taken down by 2 Mandalorian teams. Yeah, I can believe that. Pirates tend to suck. They rarely can actually accomplish anything worth a damn. Come on. Alright, so, at this point, we're just sweeping. So, looks like we've got 1 more group. Let's see if our destroyer group can deal with it by themselves. If not, we have flares on standby. We're going to go and sweep north with our number 1 group to make sure that we're cleaning up and leaving nothing behind us, like these little wall banners. 2, I want you to scooch, 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 because we still need to deal with the Squig-Off guys, and I think the vehicle guys? Not sure exactly, but we've definitely got some other stuff to deal with, so scooch, scooch, scooch. Should be a pop-up any second now being like, hey, there's a guy there and you should go kill him, and I'll be like, okay. And it's not happening, which is really weird. Now, these turrets think they can withstand me, but I brought a destroyer squad, so they're already dead before I even finish that sentence.
Oi! Gorgut's big banner just got itself stomped. We'll stomp all the Gorguts' boys.
And this place is going turbo dead because destroyers are really good at killing buildings. That's why I sent them up here. Meanwhile, the number 1 group is dealing with some stragglers on the south. That's cool. That's cool. No worries there. Everything's fine. There's that squig off, which is still causing issues. We'll come back to that. The destroyer group has completely finished sweeping the base to the north before I even finished my sentence. Destroyers. Meanwhile, this tower defense is doing exactly what it should be. 2 guys with axes are not going to manage against an obelisk. Moving on. I want you to be in position for the final push northeast, so I want you to kind of scooch over here. It's going to be a narrow corridor, which is going to suck. New plan. Well, no, actually, let's go and go over here. Yeah, zoop, and you're dead. What happened? Well, you died. Oh. Like, imagine they get, like, an after... You know how in, like, PvP games, you know, there's this, okay, this is what killed you. And so they get a view of the thing that killed them, and it's like, oh, I guess we're dead. Huh. Okay, yeah, the kill cam, exactly. So you're just like, and then the orcs are like, what killed me? And there's just this shot of this Gauss rifle they didn't even see. And then they start crying about killed, what do you call them? Whatchafigs? Aimbots. Alright, so this is actually going to be a little bit rough. Yep. The quick mechs. So we're going to try to sweep out a little bit, pull them a little bit out.
Blast them good.
Because we can fire while moving, and we have Gauss rifles, and we're much faster than them, so we're going to kite a little bit. Kite. Okay, now we're going to go full tilt into them and murder them in their stupid faces. Because all faces are the best, but they're still very stupid. That's why I named my clan after this guy. That's the best line of the entire game. Okay, so they're doing fine, but, you know, honestly, I feel like overkilling. Does anyone else feel like overkill? I like overkill, so let's go ahead and sweep... Oh, they're already dead. Let's sweep the destroyers in. And surely there's a banner somewhere here I can kill. Where's the banner? There it is. It's down here. Okay, so... Okay, that's a bunch of death. Those are 2 kilocams, and they're dead. Did I mention that the heavy destroyers are good at anti-vehicles? Because the heavy destroyers are good at anti-vehicle. So sweep. A little bit east. Do you have a base left? Okie dokie. Okay, so they're turbo dead. Oh, who is attacking from the south? Oh, I know what's attacking from the south. Hang on. Let's go clean up here. We don't want any orcs left. That's when you're cleaning like tiles, like in a kitchen or in a fast food restaurant or in your bathroom, you know. You don't want to leave that grout in between the cracks of the tiles, right? No, of course not. You want to make sure that that sucker is turbo clean. So we're going to make sure it to be thorough. We're going to Mr. Clean this up. So we're going to go ahead and send them out. Go ahead and reinforce them. Grab this spot. They're already doing that. They're here. You're here. You've already grabbed the things. We're going to get another obelisk going. We're going to have obelisks for days. It's going to be a thing. I don't understand what's here. Oh, it's the spider. Right, that would make sense. Meanwhile, there's a base here. Now, would you like to guess how many seconds it's going to take my primary advanced infantry group to kill them? Give you a hint. It's going to take longer for them to reach them. So we'll start the counter right now. Go ahead and get your guess in. Okay, I'll move the mouse around. $25 seconds. And back up north. Yeah, Gauss weapons, ladies and gentlemen. Shop smart. Shop Necron smart. So, have I looked into Age of Sigmar? The only things I really know about the Age of Sigmar is that it's very contentious, and a lot of people I know hate it, who are familiar with Warhammer Fantasy. As I've mentioned a few times, I'm much less familiar with Warhammer Fantasy than I am with 40k, which is funny. Because, you know, but whatever. The point being, not super familiar. Don't have a lot to go off of. Why 4? Okay. Do. So are you out of people? Have I killed all? I have killed all your people. Well, that sounds terrible, Huzor. Negative to story. All right. Okay, we done up here. Exactly, Frisco. They're like, all right, I want everyone to remember my name. Braka, 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 braka. Tooth. How do you spell tooth? Hang on, clunk. It looks like this. Okay, and he starts like carving a tooth in the ground. Hello, Adderok. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. Tooth, T-U-U-F. Excuse me. I don't even know why I'm doing all this. I will probably never... I don't think any of the buildings on this map stay, so whatever. Charge! Meet in the middle. Meet in the middle. Destroyers flank from the north. Oh, there is actually one last group.
Here they come, footstompers! Keep the trainer safe! I don't want no squiggets stomping our boys!
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sweep in with the destroyers who are fast... Ooh, I do like no Dark Elves. Deaths to the Drow! Adderok! See, that's what I thought, but... then I questioned myself because I'm stupid. So, we're going to rush past all this incoming fire towards the banner that isn't even here. What the crap? Okay. I was going to slide directly for the banner, but it looks like there is no banner to take out. Is it just gone? Yeah, it's gone. Okay, cool. Well, with that banner gone, that's game. Sorry, Golguts, but I'm about to sweep the floor with you. Quite literally. I haven't even brought out my frickin' flare trick yet. So we're just going to turn around, make sure nobody's attacking our rear. We go ahead and advance into the enemy base. And... done. Alright, now... pull back the destroyers slightly because they've got some artillery coming at us. Those frickin' looted tanks. Oh my god, look at this place. Look at it, it's just a giant pile of garbage, probably because it's literally the rock that landed on the planet. Anyways, we're just gonna charge in and we're just gonna kill. We're just gonna kill. How do you like your orc? Like, grilled mushrooms, you know? Do you prefer flayed mushrooms? How about sauteed? Do you like sauteed mushrooms?
Boys, that'll go all nice on me pointy stick. Kill 'em, lads!
So anyways, yeah, I can just send flares in here. And I just did.
You mean the enemy pointy stick? I'm right there with you.
Honestly, at this point, we're just gonna A-move in.
Father will not save you.
We're just gonna A-move in.
You just keep on
We're even taking losses, and it really doesn't matter at this point.
soon enough.
So we're gonna saute him, flay him. I'm here to please. Reinforcing faster than they're killing us. That sounds about right. Oh, there's Gorguts, and he's dead.
You ain't got me yet. Got me one more surprise for you.
The boss? Who is getting shot up?
Ain't you the master of the obvious? Use explosives.
The what?
The bomb, you git. The bomb. Always have your tunnels dug and ready. You sure he's smart, boss. Shut it, you git! I got me a whole war to rebuild. Now get me the gork off of this here planet.
He will return. Yeah, I forget when, but we do actually see Gorguts in the future. Probably because he's awesome.
Unrelenting tides crashed into one another as the Necrons moved into the Green Coast. Imperial citizens can be forgiven for rejoicing to see the barbaric Orcish horde face the merciless advance of the ancient Deathbringers. No matter who won, however, the cause of man suffered. And when the Necron scythe decapitated the Orc horde, it was only one step on their march of galactic extermination. Orcish hordes are notoriously difficult to eradicate, since the beasts reproduce at a phenomenal rate. Indeed, Cronus' jungle had been the domain of feral orcs long before Warlord Gorguts arrived. The Necrons, however, applied their murderous resoluteness here as well, and systematically purged the jungle, one step at a time. Millions of orcs ultimately perished, each death a pleasing sacrifice for the Nightbringer.
Well, Day's dead. Excuse me. I am most pleased by this turn of events. Who should we exterminate next? Oh, first we gotta be attacked. Hang on. Let's... Give me a second. I need to be attacked really quick. The Eldar are like, now's our chance! Little did they know. Like, they're so screwed. The level of screwed you are is something that we're going to have to invent a new metric to actually quantify. Let's do this. Let's do this. Yes, it's exactly. It's their chance to die. I hope they're as excited about it as I am. So honestly, we're not going to screw around. This is a defense mission. We don't care. We have lots of resources and lots of pop. We're just going to go ahead and get the Flayer trick going. They stripped the screw and the screwdriver. That takes work right there. That. Go, my minion. Actually, hang on. Left, up, or right? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Right, okay. It's funny, as this doesn't look like a large base, but trust me, this is all I need. I'm good. Like, we've already got half of our flayers ready to go. You know, they're like, we should attack. Oh god, they have full fortifications. And that, yeah, that. Sounds like that was left, though. But we're going to commit to right. We're going to believe you, Huthor. Huthor would never lead me astray. That's why the Galactic Empire is not evil. Is because of Huthor. It was actually for him that we decided to remove the evil of the Galactic Empire. I knew he would appreciate it more than anyone else. You're gonna attack. As a real statement, Huthor, I hope when this Hour of War starts coming out, you will give it a shot. I know you and I vastly disagree on those points, but I still hope you'll at least give it a chance, because a lot of talented and inventive and creative people, and also me, are going to put a lot of ourselves into it. Teleproct. Yeah, just teleport here. And teleport again. Left. So, you know, every now and again, you need to treat yourself, right? If you don't treat yourself, who's going to treat you, right? Nobody gives a damn about you. I mean, I give a damn about you. You know what I mean. Point being, you need to take care of yourself. No one else is going to. So let's get ourselves some new clothes, shall we? It's Harlequin that I'm going to completely ignore. Oh, you want me to kill you? Well, that's tough, because I don't care about you. Our wars, Linarith. Did this finish? Oh, better hurry. Are they up here? Where are they? Oh, I think I know where they are. Yeah, I know where they are. Damn it, they're up here. They're up here. Is that Harlequin again? Hey, piss off. Thank you. Alright. So, let's go ahead and... I wonder if the Eldar paid attention to what they were building their buildings over when they did that. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. That Harlequin is actually irritating. Oh well. Keep deploying. More flares, please. Yes, it was foretold that the dead would rise from underneath our base to kill us. Oh, there's another one. You know what that means. Go and withdraw back to base because we can do that. Oh, not yet, actually. Oh, head north. I guess you can head north, too. Apparently it was left and up. That's okay. That means we get more upgrades. More knowledge. More power. No, I do understand the concept, Uthor. Although the inverse is true for me. I will forgive a story that's relatively disengaging or vanilla if it's exceptionally well presented and well executed. I think that's one of the reasons I was more positive about Jedi Fallen Order than some people were, because Jedi Fallen Order's story was fairly basic and fairly vanilla, but very well presented. Some great cutscenes, some great animation, motion capture, voice acting, character moments, you know. Kill this little Harlequin there. Yep. That's how that goes. You know what, this is gonna take forever. Why don't we just warp back to base? Now. Never mind. That's gonna go way quicker. Because flares are ridiculous. Oh no, they're hitting us with lightning. Quick, kill their base before we die. I'm joking, we're fine. We're fine. Kill their base. Goodbye. Crushed. Now the Imperium's attacking us. Oh my god. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? But we need to kill the Imperium next. For real though, who should we kill next? Who should we wipe off the face of the planet? Our planet. Because this is our planet now. I love how each one of these missions I just build up a little bit more and a little bit more. Save the Humies. Well, I was going to do the Tau last. But we can save the Humies for last. They can't go anywhere and they can't do anything. They're completely boxed in. So, they are turbo screwed. Can we... Nope. Okay. So, there's a lot of places they can be here. So, any guesses? Where's my troops? Where's my troops? There they are. Oh, oh, oh. Hello. Alright, who's gonna win? A bunch of heavily armed, rocket soldiers, or some random skeletons with Gauss rivals? Well, never mind. I've been trying to avoid Jedi Survivor stuff because I'll get there when I get there. We'll probably play it on stream. I'm in no rush. Are we here yet? Ah, there we are. The answer might surprise you, but probably not. So we're just going to do the boring method. No flares here. We're just going to be nice and boring. We're just going to make a sweeping tide. Sure, Huthor, hit me. Thank you for asking first, though. Oh, the Emperor! Oh, God! Okay, stances. I'm with it. Hypothetically, maybe. Depends on what they do with them. Blaster stance. Okay. Interesting. Admittedly, my first question would be, does that mean blaster reflecting stance, or does that mean blaster using stance? But there's some options there. Still some cool possibilities. Oh, I should grab that one. Listen, Jedi can't use blasters unless they're in our wars, where Jedi will use blasters regularly. Well, I'm going to sound very boring, but I hope we finally lean into the idea of Force users using something other than lightsabers. Like, it's not even really that big of a deal, but that's exactly why it bothers me so much. It's not that big of a deal. Why has it taken this long? And we've had a grand total of, what, 2 Jedi Force users? Maybe 3 if you want to stretch that definition, who don't really lean on lightsabers. Really? Okay, die then. Maybe we shouldn't be boring. Maybe we should be quicker. While we're on the subject, one thing I'm looking forward to stretching out in our wars is light other weapons. Which I know sounds like a weird way to phrase that, but, you know, light spears, light axes, you know. Come on, something other than swords, right? Like, I've always liked that idea, and they've rarely really delved into it, so... Let's have some light other stuff, yeah? Hell, I like the light staff, which is actually the Magna staff that the Magna Guards use in Episode 3, for example. Light slingshot. Alright, hang on. Alright, Ichthys dead. No questions asked. As it should be. Yeah, periodically they've done something other than lightsabers across all of Star Wars, but it's always like some random thing or just some cosmetic thing, and it's rarely something to actually lean into. It's strange. I remember the light whips. And, there's one other one that I saw semi-frequently. I think it is the light pike. And of course there's the dual saber. But at that point, that's a dual saber. There was also technically the light greatsword. The blade that extended. I can't even remember his damn name, but Jedi Academy Trilogy had that. Oh, that's a thing that's happening. The light pogo stick. Alright, hang on. I need to have... This is gonna suck. I have to execute Kira White Noise now. Sorry, Kira White Noise. You know the rules. Oh, well. Light halberd. Oh, I like the idea of that. What I kind of plan to do is just sit down and be like, alright, anybody have any ideas? And then everybody's going to get all kinds of weird, random, silly ideas out of their system, like everyone just did in chat. And this way, okay, now, real ideas, please. Because the only real idea I have is the light spear, because I love the idea of a light spear.
Forgive me.
Or like that, the recent anime thing had something, which I don't even know what to call it. But it was not a lightsaber, and it was very cool looking. It was like a pole that had multiple sabers coming out of it at the end. I don't know. There's probably an actual name for that kind of weapon. Yeah, Visions, that was it. That's a good question, Kira Witness. We will probably have to establish exactly that. Hey, the quack. That's funny. We were literally just talking about how much I enjoy the story of Jedi Fallen Order. Like 20 seconds ago. Like just before you pop in. You missed it, man. You could have called me dumb. Do you know how rare it is you can call me dumb? That only happens every day. Wait. Now, whatever. Okay, we're gonna speed this up a little bit. Oh no, I definitely think we could lean into some more Eastern-themed weapon styles. The only one I really want to fight for is the spear. No, so the actual thrust of the conversation to Quack was that I appreciate the presentation of the story a great deal, regardless of the content of that story. I mean, Mass Effect 2, right? I love the story of Mass Effect 2, but the plot of Mass Effect 2 is not exactly the point of that game. It's a very weak plot. But I love that story. Tonfas, ooh, I like that. I was actually debating nunchucks, but the problem is light nunchucks sounds like suicide. And I know these people use the Force and all, but even for people using the Force, that's suicide. Oh yeah, here's a question for you, Huthor. Let me pick your creative brain for 1 second. We need a term for Force users. There needs to be a generic term for it, other than Force users, because Force users takes too long and it truncates to FUs. This is the idea here is to get a term that would be used in universe. Yeah, the Forces is what I've been using as my current shorthand, because I don't feel like typing Force users every time I mention Force users. The term doesn't have to be completely universal, but there does need to be a generic term. I mean, if nothing else, we in real life need a generic term to refer to people who can access and use the Force. Like, in real life, most people refer to those people as either Jedi or Sith, neither of which is appropriate or valid in this case. For the reasons I've already mentioned. This is a decent build-up, my goodness. Adepts... Gifted. I mean, the Sith will be completely extinct by the end of the Second Era, so... And the Jedi is actually more a title, it's an office. It's actually specifically an office of the Senate. Yeah, like, acolytes is certainly a nice word, but like you say, it implies something, whereas adepts doesn't. Who invents the words? I mean, real life, Tim. In real life, we have tons of words that just kind of drift into common nomenclature because of the way that language works. So, the answer to your question is nobody. Nobody actually invented the term. Someone somewhere probably started calling them adepts, for example, and the term just caught on.
The enemies of man cannot stand before us.
I like keepers, but I feel like keepers would be more like a force cult than just a generic term for all forcers. Oh my god, we're just getting hit everywhere, aren't we? I don't know if I defended this spot. Hi, J. Palmer, welcome back. Okay, which map was this? Looks like I have my home army here, so we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Go. Go. Sebulbas! Alright. Yep, I still need Ekid Claw killed horribly, please. What do you mean you don't have any guns or knives? Just give him donuts! Ugh. Resistance, as they say, J. Palmer, is futile. And as we've established, the Borg actually predate the Necrons. Oh wow, we didn't build much on this map before we crushed them, so let's do some building up, shall we? Let's do some building up. I actually was thinking about that TSB. All joking aside, I kind of like the idea that certain people would use... yes, it did, Django, thank you. That certain people would use FUs as a pejorative for Force users. I actually think that's a decent idea. You know, an epithet. Okay, I appreciate it, Django, thank you. It does, it makes a lot of sense in English, which is the language that we're presenting this in, so that's the language we're writing for. Yeah, I noticed that actually, Django, and I'm just gonna go ahead and not promise to manage that. We're gonna be doing it dead last anyway, so if I fail, whatever. Yes, so in answer to Dream Whisperer's question, everybody can use the Force. Well, everybody can use the Force. I need to be using my terminology correctly here. Why are you... Stop that. God dang. Okay. Doesn't mean everyone does. Doesn't everyone knows how to do anything with it. But everybody has the potential. Sebulba could use the Force. I don't think I have any Declac. I mean, I guess I do. She's a solid actress who was handed a role that I don't want to speak too much about, but let's just say that I wouldn't want that role. So, giving her another shot at actually doing something, because she's a good actress, right? So, I'm with it, on paper. But it's, as always, going to depend on what they actually do with it, so we'll see. Go grab that. The Chosen. I mean, so one of the most generic terms I've heard to refer to people who are haves versus have-nots is enlightened. And almost always with elitism implied, because again, it's haves versus have-nots, right? So, we could go with the enlightened. In fact, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the Sith Empire under Vitiate would probably call Force users the enlightened. I like that. Because they're definitely going for a Forceocracy, right? Yeah, I can see that. I remember that, Blade Travel, you're right. The Kingdom of Zeal. Interesting. Do people like Kreia exist in the Rewrite? You're gonna have to clarify that for me, I'm afraid. Speaking of which, I'm not sure Kreia exists in the Rewrite, but that's because we're not really at the character phase. Characters is one of the last steps before, you know, actually sitting down and scripting the work, so... As I like to say, we're not getting too much into the weeds yet. So hang on. So, who... Khalsa Wheel? Khalsa? Khalsa or Khalsa? I'm really bad with A's. I can't do A's. I suck. Yeah, here. So I gotta do this really quickly. Okay. So if you're asking, are there people that hate the Force? I mean, yeah, probably. Why wouldn't there be? If there's adepts who hate the Force, again, probably. Where's the other base? Where haven't I been? Anyways, thank you very, very much for that donation. I do appreciate it very much. Thank you. Now, in order to actually see what that donation was, I'm going to have to risk crashing the game. So we're going to go ahead and get a save here, in case... That, okay, hit refresh, go back. Come on. Oh, you even said in the donation comment how to pronounce it. Ka is a wheel. Because it's an I. Thank you, Ka is a wheel. And if you would like to put that towards increasing interest in a future stream, please let me know. Okay, so we need... how long is our Wars timeline expected to be? So I'm not actually at the timeline phase yet, because there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot of individual specific things that need to be hammered out, like, you know, technology, development, how long it literally takes just to move across the galaxy, how long it takes for certain people to live and be born and die, and all that fun stuff. My current, very, very, very vague estimate is that all of our wars will occur across roughly 200 years. That's from the Mandalorian Crusade, which happens essentially, I think we decided like 30 years. So I guess 230 years, starting at the Hyperspace War and ending at, you know, the end of the Warlords era, roughly. The establishment of true cooperation and peace between the Remnant and the Republic and the Hutts and all the other factions that are, because there are going to be a lot of factions in the Warlords era. That's why it's called the Warlords era. Is the Force a self-aware entity? No, 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 no. That was one of the earlier discussion points we had. And we decided, nope, it's no more self-aware or cognizant than a particle of light. Okay, we're a little better established here if the Tau decide to attack us again, which they probably will. Now we're getting attacked. This is why we need to start knocking some of these people out of here. What is the view of the Jedi of the Force? Well, the Jedi is an office of the Senate, which operates as a group of adepts who use the Force in behalf of the Senate and actually act as officiates. What that means, for those of you not aware of legal lingo, is that means they actually act with the operable weight and authority of the Senate. They are literally direct manifests of the Republic's power and operational status. It's a lot of boring words, but what it functionally means is that they're an arm and directly tied into the Senate itself. Like police, no. More like ambassadors, outreach, special op forces if necessary, and enforcers if necessary. That kind of thing becoming more common is going to be a problem when it comes to the Old Republic era, which happens after the Seventh Empire, but before the establishment of the Galactic Empire. Let's get some flares going, shall we? Palpatine. So, believe it or not, I've deliberately gone out of my way to not decide what kind of person Palpatine is yet. There's a lot of options there, and I kind of want to leave the options open. So, that's one of those getting too much into the weeds kind of a situation. It's something I say a lot, we're getting too much into the weeds, is when we're trying to debate how broad, sweeping things work, and then someone's like, how should O'Brien be? And it's like, well... Anyways, but how would they view the Force? I don't think they have a unified mentality in how they look at the Force, so I suppose that's my answer to you, Tim. Not applicable. Oh, yeah, you can grab that while we're here. Yeah, I'll get the lightning field too. Why not? Lightning field's fun. Does this upgrade? No, it does not. It's funny how few upgrades the Necrons have compared to, say, the Eldar. They really don't need them. Pop these out so we can reinforce them really quick. Anakin loves sand. How did you know? It's the first thing we decided for the whole rewrite. It's like, alright, Anakin, sand, heart emoji. Correct, Tim. No majority opinion. Especially since the Jedi are an organization that were founded very early in the timeline. So they have been in office of the Senate since, for pretty much the entire timeline, for the full 200 years. I believe we're currently deciding that the Jedi were founded in direct reaction to the Great Hyperspace War. Which is effectively the beginning of the timeline, for all intents and purposes. Well then, I probably am not understanding your question then, Tim. So, why don't you help me clarify, because I'm way too stupid to understand what you're asking. Screw it, let's just get destroyers going. Destroyers are love, destroyers are life. Yeah, no, cultural drift is a real thing, although there's always going to be opposition to it. There's also the concept of the party line, aka, you know, whether or not there's the party line agrees with such. Let me say this differently. This is a terrible example, but a lot of people used to claim to be Catholic when they weren't because that was the party line. Being Catholic was beneficial for ruling and governing your particular province or kingdom or whatever, you know, back in the medieval ages. So, even if there was a party line on the Force, which the current idea is that there is not, there's a very strong possibility that a lot of Jedi would be saying, oh yeah, no, I totally agree with whatever the party line happens to be, which we haven't even decided. Totally, wink wink. And obviously they very much do not. Is that everything? That's all of them, so you'll be free. Start swooping over here. Does Earth exist in Warhammer? You know, I don't actually know. There's Holy Terra. I'm pretty sure it's different. Yes, no one will see Palpatine's machinations for years. Alright, you go ahead and head back. I can't believe we can do this with flares. So, Django, are you there? Are you listening? Because I want you to know how stupid I am. That's a good question, Simon. Do you mind if I shelve that for just a second? Because that's a decent talking point. Let's go and grab this other one over here. Hey, Dark Day. Hope your day is going undark. Okay. So I just lost the internet, for those of you watching this on YouTube. So what we're going to do... Yep, there it goes again. That's okay. We didn't lose power. We have UPSs for a frickin' reason. So we're going to just keep playing until the internet comes back. And at some point or another, the internet will come back. It might, yeah, it's going to take a bit, probably, because what usually happens when that happens is that's actually the... I've said this before. It's the local internet. That is to say, not my internet. My router is up and working. The problem is their router, the local hub, isn't up and working. So that's sort of the issue I'm running into. So, yeah, I'm just going to talk to myself here. Good thing I did a bunch of drugs today. This should be fantastic. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, soak in those drugs. Just to be safe, just to speed up the process, because I've discovered this speeds it up with the local setup I have. These are taking a while to kill this. Longer than I thought. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. I need a minute anyways, because it's going to start flickering. I do apologize. I'm going to go and just bounce my router really quick, because that tends to speed it up in trying to reconnect once their hub is back up and functioning. Because otherwise it'll just sit there waiting for an idle signal. Which I'm describing terribly, but, you know, honestly, I was never good at the terminology. It's always a source of frustration for me. I actually know what I'm talking about in several fields of life, but I almost never know the lingo. I never know how to describe it. And so I'm just like, ugh. You know, the thingy! The thingy! And I know what I'm talking about. And I'm right, but I can't describe it to save my life. You know, the best part is I can't change the review right now either, so I'm just going to sit here and... Oh well, we're going to slow motor our way through this because we want to build... These things? We might build these up later, because this is the guard, right? Yeah, we're probably going to get attacked here again, because we're not going to attack the guard anytime soon. So, they're dead. It's one of our most defensible maps. Okay, so... Now that there's a lot of dead people, why don't we go ahead... So, it looks like nobody's actually... We've actually successfully divided almost everyone. There's only one group which we have not actually divided. It's this group right here. If we take that territory, nobody can attack anyone else. All they can do is attack us. That's going to slow us down a little bit, but that does ensure we can go ahead and do the whatchafigs. Wow, that is actually a very large honor guard. So you know what? Why don't we just try to break that on the face? Let's just go ahead and move into that. And let's take our full honor guard. And let's just straight up attack them in the face. Let's crack that army. And we'll just keep waiting for our internet to come back at some point. Hopefully it'll come back at some point. So, okay, there's our full honor guard. We're not going to go attacky. We're going to go defensy. And we're going to have you... And actually, no, we're going to put you over here. And we're going to go and get some power going, because we're probably going to get attacked here in the future. So let's get some power. Get a power going! What you be the float? Shut up! Never question me. Wow, I can build way into that water. Look at that. Okay. Bunch of things. I need more of these. You just kind of stay here for a bit. It looks like we've got 2 requisition points, which isn't bad. It's not great. So we're just going to chill for a moment. Going to do a dance. Going to try to talk a little bit less. But definitely not nervously talking to ourselves. Real talk for just a second. Here's your YouTube-only special insight. I feel so bad for people who stream to nobody. Because I understand exactly how, like, self-defeating and painful that feels like. There's this webcomic that someone did as a joke, and I'm definitely putting that in quote-unquotes, about some dude who's like, alright guys, I'm gonna go ahead and bow out for the night. And then he looks and he sees that he hasn't had a single viewer the entire time he's been streaming, and he's just crying. It's like, okay, is smiling though, smiling, gotta get... And that hurts! That's not funny! That's awful! That is like the worst feeling. I just, I couldn't take that at this point in my life. I am way, way too emotionally fragile at this point in my life to withstand that kind of a hit. So what I'm trying to say to all the people who aren't currently capable of hearing me, if you're on the VOD, you have to say pumpernickel now to prove that you saw this, is that I appreciate you, and I appreciate the fact that I'm not talking to myself. Other than right now, obviously I'm talking to myself right now. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get some basic obelisks going, and then we're going to get a set up defensive spot right there, because that looks like a nice, good defensive triangle to set up. And in fact, we're going to actually move our forces into that triangle first. Get this going, and then we're going to have them go get our basic building requirements, which we're actually going to put over here. Get our upgrades going. Cycle, cycle, cycle. This going, move you up here. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Now, they have a really big force, so I'm trying to kind of hurry here. Because I'm worried about what they can manage if they just send their entire honor guard after me. Because they can cause some damage. We've got some factories going, and by factories I, of course, mean reactors. Still no internet, of course. It'll come back at some point, hopefully. I might just be stuck. This is the rest of my career. I'm just stuck here, talking to myself for the rest of my life. That's what it is. Sorry, everyone. You're stuck with me. Wait. No, I guess you're not stuck with me, so I'm stuck with myself. Is actually what it is. Completely alone. Never gonna have any viewers again. It's the end of my career. My streaming career has died. I'm now nothing but a YouTuber. After years and years of not being a YouTuber. Like, God, like 5 years now of not being a YouTuber. I'm finally a YouTuber. It'd be terrible. No offense to YouTubers, but just I think I'd just kill myself. Holy crap. No, thank you. Okay, so we've got some basic upgrade stuff going. We're going to start getting the base built up. I'm going to go ahead and start trying to get some defenses up here, because I want defenses ASAP. Because I'm scared about the entire word. Oh, looks like the stream came back. Hey! Looks like I actually got back. So, hey, the internet's back. Okay, I don't have to become a YouTuber. Thank God. Okay. YouTuber mode has been disengaged. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Not gonna have a panic attack. Not gonna have a panic attack. Okay. Still trying to build up as quickly as possible. So we need to break the backs. It's just, there's a storm. Local internet went out. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. But I was panicking. I was panicking. I would have to be a YouTuber. I have to make YouTube videos for a living. God, that would be so terrible. Just so terrible. I would just shoot myself. Not that I own a gun. I'd go out, buy a gun. Like, comment, and subscribe! This particular video is supported and sponsored by, what's this? Magic Spoon. The overpriced cereal that posits being healthy, but kinda actually isn't, because it's overprocessed crap, and it's filled with whey protein. Or HelloFresh, which at least has some purpose in existing. NordVPN, which is one of the worst VPNs out there. That always amuses me. It's one of the worst. Alright, so we've got some basic defenses going. Let's go ahead and get some tech going on back here. I think we could build a few more plasma generators. Oh, okay. I am astonished they haven't attacked me yet. This is kind of freaking me out a little bit. We're gonna just chill here for a minute. We're gonna not freak out. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. I was kind of hoping they'd attack so I could break their forces, but before I counterattack. But they're just chilling. It's very unnerving. So, Tim was saying, Laura, you're dumb and your writing is dumb, and you're right. I don't have a counter argument for that. Me equals dumb. Now, Scion asked, would I be willing to do a Warhammer rewrite? So here's the deal. I'm actually pretty picky about the things that I allow for rewrites, because I want it to be something I am sufficiently familiar with, and there is a sufficient amount of investment from my team, which is the writers and the actors who perform for it. So, what we have right now in the rewrite Discord, do you hear that? Is a list of potential stuff that we might be able to someday add to it. And honestly, I can't see Warhammer Fantasy ever becoming that. Probably for the reason that's going to make you laugh. It's because the setting is already so well fleshed out, and so has so much depth and nuance to it, that I could never know it well enough to actually do it justice. You know what I mean? Like, that's beyond me. I would be walking in like a child with a crayon, trying to draw the Mona Lisa. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So, that would probably be my answer to that. But It's a valid question to ask, because that question has to be asked for pretty much everything with regards to whether or not we're accepting a rewrite or not. Water. Oh, there they come! There they come! Back off, back off, back off. Or did we kill a bunch of them? If we killed a bunch, God, I didn't even see us killing them. Alright, let's see if we can find their base. Yeah, the water in these games, the water engine is just, it's not. It's just not. Alright, let's go kill us some chaos boys. Oh no, it's obliterators. They are so dead. They cannot withstand the Iron Tide. Oh, hey, there's their main force. She's now running into our Gauss turrets. Let's keep attacking. I think that defensive line will be sufficient. And I'm right. Hashtag I'm right. Did we get a greater core going? We did not. Okay, let's go ahead and get a greater core going. Hello. Back off, back off. That's a destroyer by itself. Get out of there. I mean, if you want to chat about it when we're playing it, I'm totally down, Sion. I love discussing rewrite concepts just because the whole idea is a wonderful creative exercise for me. Are there any good VPNs? I mean, debatable? It really depends on what you want out of a VPN. Because there's a lot of misinformation about what VPNs actually offer, and it's worthwhile. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab that. The bot did die when the internet went out, and I haven't been willing to Alt-Tab to fix it yet, sorry. The bot is down. Best difficulty system I've ever seen in a single-player RPG? I'm not sure I've ever seen a good difficulty option system for an RPG. They're right here. There's a lot of Chaos Forces here. Listen, Crazy Norse, I definitely am a real human. Beep, boo. I mean, kinda, yeah, Flagant. I knew it, Tim! You're secretly NordVPN, given human form. What am I missing? Oh, the thing that I'm currently building. Yeah, no, that would explain it. Hey, Zactav. You know what? Good answer. So, J. Palmer, Bravely Default. I didn't even think about that, but you're absolutely right, Crazy Norse. Bravely Default is a surprisingly good game wrapped in an absolutely terrible story. It's pretty much the exact inverse of what most RPGs are. Because, like, most RPGs have good story, bad gameplay. But Bravely Default was a treat to play through. And I started skipping cutscenes at a certain point. Wow, they are just being a thing, aren't they? Hey, Evo. I'm on drugs! How about you? Please don't also be on drugs. That would suck. Drugs are bad. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Are you for real? Is this what you're really doing? Oh my god. You literally can't win. The only reason you're still alive is because I don't know where your base is. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. This is the downside of the Necrons right here. I did, Zach Taft. Still curious what he's going to look like. That's right, I'm just doing nothing but stims. All day, every day. Oh, yeah. Okay, so regroup a little bit, because that was just irritating.
Gods.
Yeah, what he said. No, I don't have any rat away on me, sorry. Hey, Dark Day, hopefully the internet is once... Dark Day killed my internet! How could you, Dark Day? I thought I could trust you. Okay, so I think they're attacking from this way, so I need to just scout, is what I need to do, because they're attacking from all over the place. Hang on. Pull back, pull back. We're actually getting swarmed as the Necrons. What in the crap is going on here? Bury him in donuts. We're daring. This. Get our trio going again here. Look at this nonsense. Come on, keep pulling back, keep pulling back. Do not let them distend you. God, I actually need a lot of things. So let's do this. Get that trick going. Then that trick. Chill here for a minute. Gauss cannons and the endless waves of chaos. There's a phrase I didn't think I'd say today. That's right, I'm on Mentats right now. Jesus Christ, back off, back off. Yeah, normally on these maps I don't even bother going full pyramid, but at this point, maybe we should think about it. I mean, I'm going to be seeing it at some point, hopefully with my niece, so. Alright. So I need someone to go scout. You. Come here. Come here. We need to figure out where their base is so we can knock it over. Everyone else, stay back. Looks like it is not over here. I'd say most people are aware of the fact that anyone can use the Force. Like as a general galactic consensus kind of a thing. Although when I say galactic, I really should mean like sector, because we also shrank the galaxy substantially while we were at it. Well, we shrank known space. The galaxy's the same size, obviously. This looks like a base to me. This looks like a base. I have seen the original Mario movie. It is actually worse than most people say. That's not a joke. There he is. You. And I would like some troops here, and some troops here, and some troops here, and some troops here. Please kill that. And slow down the waves of irritation I'm dealing with. Meanwhile, I was starting to say something to Django, and Django's not even here anymore because, you know, probably lost me during the AFK thing. Or the lost internet thing. Egg suckers! Oh, I mean, sorry. I am currently playing as the Necrons. The best faction ever. Master, please. Master, please. Thank you. Okay. Now we've just taken some of the pressure off. I don't know if I'd say undead, but I mean, they fill a similar, like, slot, yeah. How's my destroyers coming? Has destroyers. Can I afford more? I cannot afford more. Oh, I have, like, no requisition right now. Okay, well, now that we're not getting double-teamed here, let's go ahead and try to find the other base. You, go find the other base. So what stops people from using the Force? So here's a very simple question, Tim, and I know you've probably actually heard me say this before. What stops you in real life from being a brain surgeon? Already found the base. Destroyers, this way, please. Where's the actual base? Because he's too stupid. Crazy Norse? I know you're joking, but please don't insult my viewers. Hey, there it is. See, I'm too stupid. You can insult me till the cows come home. That's okay. But no. I'm not being facetious. I'm not even trying to mention it, because what prevents... So you can be a brain surgeon. There's no magical limit that is preventing you from being a brain surgeon, right? It's not something that is impossible. And that's the distinction I like to use in order to describe, you know, this kind of a thing. Why doesn't everyone use the Force? Why isn't everyone a brain surgeon? Hey, 2,000 kills. 2 war gear. Nice. All right, what do we got? Ooh, okay. Let's go melee. Melee. Yes. Yes. More melee. Oh, God, look at that thing. Yes, cool. We have broken the back of Chaos. Should we go ahead and do it? Should we knock over Chaos? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. It's time to kill Chaos. Yeah, why isn't everyone a game dev? That's a good question. We're gonna save before we do this, though, real quick. But yeah, you get the overall idea. The idea is a lot of fiction likes to, and I've talked about this extensively, a lot of fiction likes to posit that there is a hard line, there's a flat rule that outright prevents you from doing certain things within that fiction. So if you can use magic, cool, and if you can't use magic, no matter what you do, if you somehow magically gain all the knowledge and power in the universe, you still can't cast magic. And Star Wars is like that. If you do not have Force sensitivity, you cannot use the Force, no matter what you do, no matter how disciplined you are, no matter how strong your mind is, no matter how many years you dedicated to yourself. It sucks to be you. You cannot use the Force. That's the distinction. Anybody can use the Force, but anybody can become a brain surgeon, or an artist, or a footballer, or whatever. Like, you get the idea, right? There's no hard setting rule in place that prevents it from happening. There are realistic, tangible rules. Tangible is the wrong word. Excuse me. Intangible rules that prevent it just because that's how life is, right? You're not a brain surgeon. Shut up, Evo. Stop making fun of my analogies. You're not a brain surgeon because there's all these factors into it. And the same idea, right? Plenty of people do not use the Force, not because they literally can't, but because there's things in their lives that prevent them from being able to use the Force. And, hell, knowledge could simply be one of those things. One of the things we're still debating is how many people are even aware of the fact that anybody can use the Force, considering it's one of those things that's, it's very much a logarithmic curve. So it's very, very, very hard to even start. And you could spend years of your life practicing and training, and you could manage the incredible feat of slightly lifting your phone off the desk, and that's not really worth the time investment, right? Now, that being said, the Force can accomplish a fairly large number of things. And we've also decided that most people tend to specialize a little bit because of the time and effort involved, right? So, rather than using the Force, what someone might do is they might focus very, very hard on using the Force to do X, right? Telekinesis is obviously something you could use, but we have people who might be able to encourage natural healing to speed up your body's natural healing process, for example. Tier 1 healing, in other words. Or maybe someone like, this is something that's already been posited, Mace Windu might be someone who has practiced very, very hard at having a great deal of dexterity and control over his body so he can fight better. So he is an excellent duelist, stuff like that. And we've also decided that there are high-tier Force users, but those are once in a generation across like the whole galaxy. Those are rare on top of rare on top of rare. So we could probably count on one hand how many people are the truly high tiers in the entire setting. Exactly, Eva. That's the thematic reason for that. Because I know everyone makes fun of me because I don't think of things in terms of themes, or I don't think of things in terms of analogy, or allegory, or whatever. But they're all wrong. Except for the allegory part. I obviously don't care about allegory. But I do care about being able to write a good story. So, how hard to use the Force to be useful is, what do you want to use it for? That would be the question, Tim. What is it you want to use the Force for? And before you say precognition, not possible. Although, actually, you know... That's a fun thought. So let's say Tim wants to use the Force to learn precognition because he doesn't understand that that's not possible. So what could actually happen here is, because this is a real thing that we've already decided upon, is Tim is like, he's going to focus, and he's going to train, he's going to channel the Force to learn how to see the future and how to have this thing, and he gets these visions, aha! And this vision will tell me what is to be and what is to come, and it's all a colossal lie. Because what's happening there is actually really, really simple, and this is a real-life thing that has happened as well. It's when you're basically just hearing yourself, right? You think you're hearing the Force tell you something, but all that's happening is your brain is giving you essentially an imaginary scenario. So you are fantasizing or imagining or picturing something based on you, but there's no Force involved. So you could spend years trying to hone your skills to become better at that, and imagine like just spending years and oh God, my visions just keep not coming to pass. I don't understand. It's so strange. Why aren't my visions coming to pass? I must train harder. Anyways, I'm going to leave you with some flickering for a moment. I do apologize. I need something to help settle my stomach. So I'm going to go grab something to help settle my stomach. So now I gotta kill Flagand. And we got any extra donuts? Yeah. Let's attack Chaos. Let's kill Chaos.
In a foul shrine in the Deimos Peninsula, lost souls summoned the Black Apostle Eliphas to Cronus. There, the Word-Bearers raised their black temples and launched their assault on the world. Eldritch energies split the earth with abyssal fissures and remade the lush jungles into a nightmare landscape, pulsing with ruinous energies. A master demagogue, Eliphas made an advantage of the fractious nature of those bent to chaos. Instead of relying on a unified defense, he allowed his champions and cult leaders to establish their own satellite temples where they could pursue their own dark rituals. Any attacker who hoped to defeat the Word-Bearers would have to run a bloody gauntlet of heretics, including some of the Legion's most veteran Chaos Space Marines. Indeed, killing the heretics on Cronus was pointless so long as the Great War Portal and Elephas's Bastion remained open. The dark spells of the sorcerers Amphion and Zathus maintained this massive rend in the fabric of creation, granting Elephas endless reinforcements. So long as the Deimos portal remained open, there could be no victory on Cronus.
With the 37 keys of Tzeentch, we open the way for our brothers.
Why 37?
With the 1,000 whispers of Slaanesh, we call to them.
Why 37 and then 1,000?
The 12 plagues of Nurgle, we fell their enemy.
Why 12?
And with the mighty axe of Khorne, we cut open the world for them.
Yes. Come forth to bear the word of chaos. Hear my warnings, unbelievers, carried to your minds by the power of the Prince of Excess himself. We have raised altars in this land, so that we may sacrifice you to our gods.
But they're Necrons.
10 millennia of unholy war wait to grind you beneath the treads of their mighty boots. The chosen of Khorne hunger to add you to their bloody tally. The Blood God himself has marked this land and will claim your skulls for his throne. There is no hope in opposing the inevitable. Put down your arms, unbelievers, and bow before the forces of chaos undivided.
No, I'm good. Thanks, though. Okay, so... I remember this map very unfondly.
Soulless automatons, you cannot prevail against chaos. Your soul is gone. I will destroy you.
Yeah, I don't have a soul, you moron. You literally just called... Oh my god. We'll find out, won't we, J. Palmer? Because I like the Olk one. So, in answer to your generalized comments, Tim, what you're describing sounds a lot to me like how most of the Force cults will get started. Because we plan to have a whole lot of different Force cults. In fact, the general idea is to have, like, several Force cults. That's cool. And then to not actually define all of them, for lack of a better way to put that. So there's always room for more Force cults, because it's a big galaxy, right? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of room for Force cults. Even the term Force cult is actually an out-of-universe term. It's just a way to describe all the various people who have come to some kind of consensus about how to continue their usage of Force. Congratulations, Mr. Ed. You are now a Force cult. What's your tenets? How do you use the Force? See, I always thought that they were distinct Scion, but I mean, again, I don't know much about Warhammer Fantasy. Another excellent reason why I probably shouldn't do a rewrite about it. But yeah, I always thought they were trying to be their own things, at least, like, from the aughts onwards. Okay, so hang on. So, stop the blood pulse. Capture the strategic point to stop the pulse. Okay, cool. And slay the sorcerer to free the prisoners. Okay, that's cool. I can do that. But yeah, I feel like the Force Pulse was the thing I didn't like. And by Force Pulse, I mean Khorne Pulse, because it's Khorne Pulse, not a Force Pulse. When everything's like, alright, our cult is all about being cool. So mind control is what Lunarith tries to lean into. Which is funny, because I think we decided that's one of the other things the Force can't actually do. Okay. So... This right here, where we're constantly getting killed. Well, they're constantly getting killed. Yeah, we're painting them red, that's for certain. All right, back off, back off. Get a little more built up before we start advancing on a stronghold. The Zakarum! I like it. What can the Force actually do? So, we have a list. I don't have it in front of me. The thing we decided was, rather than decide what the Force could do, we decided what the Force cannot do. Stop! Oh my god, okay. This is ridiculous. I don't know if turrets reveal stealth. I think they do.
Please send
Okay, turrets do reveal stealth. I was right. I was right. Yeah, I think part of why I don't like this mission is I remember being just attacked by wave after wave after wave. Hey, Huthor, welcome back. You missed a lot of Force discussion that I'm sure you would have hated. Endless hate. I don't. They're chaos. Screw them. Preservation of Lost Arts? Oh, I like that. So like an archivist Force cult. I actually like that idea, unironically. I shouldn't say that so, you know, like, oh my god, Mr. Ed had a good idea. I didn't mean it like that. Unless you mention it in the writer's section. For the Star Wars rewrite, I'm afraid it may never be. Well, there's Ka is a wheel again. Okay, hang on. So, hang on, let's go do this. Try not to crash the game. That upgrade going. We need to get more of these going. Let's get the eternal reactor field going. Well, I'm not sure what to make of your comment, but thank you, Ka is a wheel. As always, I do appreciate the support very much, Slate. And if you would like to put that towards increasing interest in something, please let me know. No, J. Palmer? I'm gonna put that with a lot of question marks. Let's put it that way. Okay. Just all the question marks. It's like, I mean, I don't think I would veto it. There is a legitimate value in analyzing bad fiction, and movies are a lot easier to analyze as far as bad fiction goes than a show. You know, a show could take months to finish going through, but a movie only takes 1 week. Put it into that terminology. Okay, so I need... Is the new one worth watching? Oh. I will probably find out at some point. Who are you? 3 and 5? I don't like that. Yeah, let's bring 4 out here. 3 and 4. Yeah, I get it. I think that's the other reason I didn't like this one. Because there's this every 40 seconds. How we doing over here? How we doing? How we doing?
Only I can hear your prayers here, my friend. And I'm afraid I will not answer them.
Who's the voice actor for Eliphas, by the way? Because he's kind of really good at it. Kinda, sorta. But yes, I will be taking the niece to watch it. Possibly the niece is. We haven't figured that out yet because they still aren't selling tickets for it for a week from now, which will be the first time we will have time to do so. Okay, so they're building up, We've got that going on. Why don't you actually come back? Back to 10, back to 10. Paul Dubson. Well, whoever he is, 'cause I don't know that name, he does a good damned job. Same day as Gabriel. Sorry, Dobson. Paul Dobson. He's legit. Like, he does a good job with it. Whoops, wrong thing. Oh my god, Tim. Can someone do me a favor really quick and Google how many episodes of One Piece exist? Or some variant thereof? Please. That's 250. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Okay, so 1056. Now, do me a favor. Take 1056 divided by 51. What is that number? So that would take me almost 21 years to go through. Interesting, Mr. Red. Maybe we have two of the archivers. Like two disparate factions who disagree on what should be archived. Yep, nope, that's gonna be my retirement, is just covering One Piece. No, that's a lie. That's never happening. Back off, what are you doing? Yep, definitely remembering why this was an irritating mission. Holy crap. Back off, back off. We're the slow-moving Krons here, too. Jeez Louise. Are we full up? We're not full up. They're doing that. Whatever it takes, Tim. Whatever it takes. Maybe the left flank is fine. Good idea, Chaco. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay. So now we gotta actually advance. So let's think about this for a minute. Let's get these going. Back off, that's bait, that's bait. Back off. And walk into the killing field. The blood field. Okay. Oh, Berserk is actually vetoed. I mean, technically every anime is vetoed, but if you somehow dumped $500 million on my face and said, cover Berserk, I'd be like, no. I'm good, thanks. Okay, fine, I'd do it for $500 million, but if you dumped $500 on my face, I'd say no. Put the filer right here. I'm sure Berserk is very high quality. That's not really the problem. This seems like a good enough spot. Use the lightning field. Good now.
Kill or be killed. It is all a service to chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I would legitimately not recommend Googling Berserk. Look at that, what you will. Don't mind me, just going clothes shopping. It's okay to quack. It's okay. Everything's under control. I mean, I've heard Berserk is high quality, it's just, I'd rather die. I got enough awfulness in my life. I don't need enough fiction. Stay back, stay back. You are still busy, so you get to be our fun people today. Let's see how this works out, shall we? There is a chance we will beat this expansion today, Rama, but we will not beat this game today. We should probably make that. We've got some health. Let's see how far we can make it. Or where are you going? Where are you going? Oh my god, the pathfinding. Okay. Back off, back off. This goddamn mission. I like the Orc mission. I would rather you not spoil something, since there's probably plenty of people in chat who may or may not want to look into it someday. Especially on VODs, who may or may not be watching this a year from now, or 2 years from now. No spoilers, please. We here at the Lore Walkers are cool. Just flinging wave after wave of troop here. It's a little silly, actually. Okay, so this means we're gonna get to do this the slow way. start doing this the slow way. It's okay, I was kind of ready for that. It's just... I was hoping I wouldn't have to. Let's go ahead and withdraw all of these. Worse in several ways, TSP. There's also been a bit of a thing. Part of the idea of the stream highlights, there's two ideas actually. Part of the idea was so that the stream highlights would be there for people who don't have time to watch the full stream, but also for there as a way to kind of market the stream, to get advertising for the stream. They've kind of failed on both respects. So, instead of even trying, I've decided to go ahead and reclaim the few precious hours in my life that I have to myself, and we're not doing stream highlights at all. Now, occasionally some awesome people will do stream highlights as a volunteer thing, and much gratitude and thanks to them. But that's it. I'm not doing highlight reels anymore. They were taking up a huge amount of my time. It's the kind of thing I would still like to do, ideally, but that's one of those, when I have the money, yeah, right, to actually hire people to do it for me, that's when that will be a thing. Let him go. Doesn't matter. Finite time, finite resources. It was literally starting to affect my health. I was starting to have problems getting sleep, and my overall just immune system was not keeping up. Stuff like that. It was getting bad. So I had to pull back on the highlights. I mean, I could have kept going on the highlights, but my appetite was going away. I was starting to lose weight in a way. You get the idea. So this is an interesting situation to be in. I mean, plenty of people watch the highlight reels. I've even had a lot of positive feedback about the highlight reels. But there are two major issues with them. YouTube buries the ever-living crap out of my videos, highlight reels included. And that means several people aren't even aware that the highlight reels are even there. Can you, like, not do what you're doing? Let's not even talk about TikTok, because honestly, screw TikTok. Screw YouTube Shorts, while I'm on the subject. I mean, the viewing figures are low, but the viewed figures are actually really high. Most people watch most of the highlights. There's a YouTube term for that. I actually can't remember what it is, but it's the amount. It keeps track. Like, here's the timeline of your video, and it keeps track 100% how many people watch through your video, and it's a nice little graph. It's very helpful, and usually a typical curve is like this. It just nosedives after the first minute of every video, and then it kind of evens out a bit. But the highlight reels are closer to like 60 or 70%, which is actually extraordinarily high. Did you not exist? Oh, whatever. So after the next pulse, I'm going to go ahead and deploy again. How are we doing on vehicles? Yeah, no, 60% retention on the highlight reels is absolutely bonkers. It's higher than we had on the Diablo Rewrite, for example, which had closer to 8. Now, that's a 2.5-hour movie, so might be part of that. You are absolutely correct, Blade Traval. One of the many reasons why YouTube buries my videos is because I do not put ads on them. Well, there's one last reason why I realized the highlight reels weren't doing what I wanted them to do. And it's going to sound weird. Because for the longest time, I've had two audiences. Now, I know that. I've known that for a long time. That's not new. The problem here is that one of those audiences is not my audience. They don't give me any money. They don't provide anything to the show. And they were just here to watch some dude talk about Star Trek or videos. And that's that audience. And that audience was A, massive minority. And B, a huge... I don't have a nice way to say this. They were a huge weight on my neck. Continuing to do the ruminations for as long as I did, and I did it only as a kindness. Whoops. There we go. Is something that was just causing me so much difficulty and problems. And again, actual health issues. A massive minority means there's hardly any of them. Okay, we're about to lose a lot of troops. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna... Oh god, I can't recall. We can't recall. Oh my god! We're gonna lose this entire troop. Where's the leader? Get out, get out. He's already out. That's okay. Yeah, they're all dead. There's no getting out of that time. Wow! What?
None can stand.
Oh, for Christ's sakes. Just... Oh, God, I hate this goddamn mission so much. Alright, pull back, pull back. Well, the goal, I think, is to wipe them out, but we're trying to take this one spot, which I've already grabbed. It's just, I can only grab things with scarabs in order to prevent the pulses from happening. Then I gotta go rescue my troops. Then I gotta go kill everybody. And those pulses are just such a huge problem when you have nothing but slow-moving units, so... I always had a backup strategy. I've just been working towards it a little slowly, because I figured I could use the flares, and I was very wrong. Anyways... Is there hope for ruminations in the future? No. I cannot foresee a situation in which I will ever go back to doing ruminations again. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to give you a maybe. I'm not going to dangle you. The odds of that happening are next to zero. Because one of the most common things I have gotten consistently over the last 5 years is that what most people want from me as a show, as an entertainer, is for me to be long-form entertainment. I'm the guy you put on in the background while you're at work. Or maybe you're busy at school, or maybe you're drawing something, or whatever. 9 hours of streaming a day, that's long-form entertainment. Spending a day putting together 1 2-hour video? Hey, teraflops. I will absolutely put that to Firewatch. Thank you for being part of the show. I do appreciate you. And everything I'm talking about is just from the purely business side of things. I'm not even getting into the personal preference things. Because that just makes people mad at me every time I admit the truth. Come on. Come on. Oh my god, they keep throwing wave after wave of dinky little nothings at me, literally just to slow me down. Which normally I'd praise for being smart, but it's just irritating. You'd be surprised, Evo. Or maybe you wouldn't. One of the two. Oh, hello. dead. Back off, back off, back off, back off. Now we gotta wait for the next pulse. Just chill here for a minute. Thank you, Lola Moss, for being a part of the show. I will put that towards the Dragon Age block. PS4, PC, whatever. Spider-Man, back off, back off. And Space Marine 2. Do we have a release date or a release window on Space Marine 2 yet? No, Brainwood's absolutely correct. The overwhelming majority of people have absolutely no idea how much time and work and stress goes into making a video. I don't like using the word entitled, but there's a lot of entitled people on YouTube who have absolutely no idea what goes into the videos that they consume for free. This year. Nice. Like, what are these, please? True enough, Crazy Norse. Probably that, and I don't have 5-second videos with me doing some ridiculous stunt in order to gain viewers. Nope. Wrong group. I mean, you're right. People can just go on YouTube and browse. Essentially infinitely. There is a ridiculous amount of content on that channel, on that platform. Oh yeah, by the way, I should mention, when I say that people are entitled, I'm not trying to complain about my viewers. Actually, even on YouTube, my viewers tend to be much more cool than most of the rest of YouTube. No, I'm more referring to the rest of YouTube. There is an inordinate quantity of jackasses on YouTube for other channels. I feel bad for people who actually are YouTubers. By the way, that is another reason why I will not delve back into the Ruminations. Over on the topic. Because if I was to go back into Ruminations, I would essentially have to make it financially feasible to do so. Which means I would have to become a YouTuber. And that would mean either putting ads up, or trying to find someone who would be willing to sponsor me, which would not happen because I'm too small of a channel. Which means it wouldn't be financially feasible, so even before I start, it wouldn't work. Defeated right out of the gate situations. Like 3, 2, 1, and you lost. Okay, cool. We lost. We're good. We're done. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Most of those people who sponsor on YouTube are scams or overpriced crap. Honestly, half is probably underballing it. What is that? You know what? I don't even care. How did I get my audience in the first place? Luck. Pure, simple, stupid, doodah, clueless luck. And you're probably thinking, Mass Effect 3, right? Actually, it was a lot of different things. That's how that works. Like, there are a lot of different factors over the years which led to me getting an initial audience, and then getting another audience, and then getting another audience. I bet if I asked everyone in chat right now where you first saw me from, I would get a fairly wide variety of answers. Huthor mentioned Fellowship of the Ring, Dragon Center, there's Chrono Trigger, Braeglin's Mass Effect 3, J. Palmer's Voyager. One of the Trek ruminations. There are so many of those, since I've covered all of Trek now. It's actually a deliberate part of my strategy, if I might be so bold. So, the idea here is, rather than putting a lot of time and effort and intention into trying to gain an audience, what you do is you put out a consistent product, right? So you're always trying to be... Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. And of course, now I can't do anything here. Why can't I switch back to the stance I was just in? Whatever. There we go. Okay, we're good, we're good. Ahem. So the idea is you put out a consistent product, and you just kind of keep doing it, right? You don't vary. You put out quality product. You do the best you can to do the best that you can, and to treat it professionally and properly, so that when some random person randomly happens to find you, they always see you at your best, right? And that's the idea behind that. So I've had that strategy going for the better part of 8 years at this point. Ever since I first moved in with my sister, I would say would be the specific point. Because that's when I realized I had to do this for a living, and I'm like, okay, I gotta take this seriously now. And I started trying to be as professional and good at my job as I possibly could be. And even though a lot of my early streams and early videos had absolutely few viewers, I was still engaging with them and still trying to do the best I could to be the most entertaining and mentally stimulating is the other word I like to use. What I do, because I'm terrible at everything. I don't want to sound like I'm bragging. But I still try to do the best I can at how terrible I am at it. And I've noticed that people, at least people willing to spend 3 seconds to think, will notice that. Will appreciate it. They just really like flinging these cultists out. Where did all these people come from? Warcraft Chronicles. I think I've mentioned this before.
Legion will burn your false idols to ash. Chaos cannot be denied.
Love that voice actor. I think I've mentioned this before. The Warcraft Chronicles reading is actually my most watched video on YouTube by a wide margin. See you around, Tim. Thanks for the ideas. Oh, absolutely, Lune Ruth. I had nothing. But you're probably asking... You just asked, excuse me. You just asked, how did I push through it? Raw desperation. So I guess Lune Ruth hasn't heard this story. So for anybody who's never heard this story... so I had a job as a network technician. I was a tier 2 and network engineer, right? Fairly basic, boring job, which I didn't really enjoy all that much. But I was decent at it, and it was decent pay. And then... Do you mind if I just go through the whole story? Because this is an interesting chain of events that led to this. Then this dude shows up. We're going to call him Bob. That's not his name. I remember his name. But Bob was like, alright, so there's this company. It was the company I worked at. This is the guy, I've mentioned him before. He is the guy specifically who was fired for incompetence from H&R Block. This is that character. Listen to me. This is that person. So this person, he was capable of convincing the 2 owners of the company to sell him a portion of said company, but it was a very small portion. It was like 10%. So it was like a 35, 35, 10, or no, that's not right. It was like a 40, 40, 10. There we go. No, that's still wrong. 45, 45, 10. There we go. That was the split. God, wake up, Lord. So, not a great split. And he spent a fairly decent amount of time trying to convince people, the other 2 owners, to sell more of the company to him. He always failed at it because they just weren't budging on the matter. And why would they? It was their retirement fund. Like, that company was going to fund them for the rest of their life. And then one of them went into politics and he became a horrible senator, but I'm getting off topic. Here's the relevant part. Bob was so desperate to make more money off this company that after he failed consistently and persistently for years to convince them to... Okay, years is good. For months and months to convince them to sell to him, he finally was like, okay, I can't increase my slice of the pie. So I have to increase the size of the pie itself. Now, there's a logic to that. Reasonable, you know. You make the whole pie bigger, your piece gets bigger because it's percentage-based. Cool. No problem. Here's the problem. I mentioned he was fired from H&R Block for incompetence. So this is the guy, and I know I've talked about this, this is the guy I know personally who used to read stuff in trade magazines and say, we should do that! Without any thought or reasonability put into it whatsoever. So, my job was actually a pretty good job, and I was content there, and I had no plans to move on, or even move up. I was in a nice, sweet spot in my job. And then he came along. And he is directly and personally responsible for a huge amount of the crap that I had to put up with towards the latter end of my job. I actually was going to quit earlier, but there was some complications. The long story short, Gary wanted to stick with the company until he had another job lined up. And if I quit before he quit, there would be a huge amount of additional workload put onto him unfairly. So I stuck with the job longer than I was going to because of Gary, for Gary. So I'll skip over all the details. I'm sure I've shared those bits and pieces over the years. Boop. Get rid of the frickin' blood pulses. God damn. Freaking finally. No more blood pulses. Die! Die! Unleash the tide! Go forth, my minions. Destroy everything. Now, you're probably wondering, what the hell does this have to do with anything? Well, the last straw was they were going to implement this new feature, which I know I've talked about. It's called the Panama schedule. Now, the problem is, the actual Panama schedule is nonsense. Sorry, it's not nonsense. It's something that can work under the right circumstances. It's basically doing like a 3 days on, 2 days off, and then 3 days off, 2 days on, or whatever. I forget the specifics, but it's a real schedule that can actually work. That's not what he wanted to do. He wanted to do what I can only refer to as the most unhealthy schedule that has ever existed. I've never remembered. I forgot the specific schedule years ago. But it was this absolute insanity where he wanted to do, like... Imagine working a... Yes, this is still Bob. Imagine having to work an 8-hour shift in the morning, and then going to bed, and then waking up to work an 8-hour shift at night, and then having to work another 8-hour shift in the morning, then having to go to sleep for 2 days, essentially. Like more like a day and a half. Then having to work a double shift at night. And I think you get the overall gist. It was the kind of thing that legitimately was unhealthy. Not just for me, for any human being. It was the kind of thing that would absolutely destroy your circadian rhythms and prevent you... It would be one of those cascading things, where it would cause a cascading effect on your health. Because your sleep would be affected, your immune system would be affected, your digestion would be affected, and it would just go down the list. It was awful. So I said, no, I'm not working that. And they said, okay, you're fired. And I'm like, oh, cool. So I was fired. Now, I don't know how honest I should be about this part of the story. Because what happened next... So, okay, slight trigger warning. If you want to mute me, this is a good time to do it, okay? But, I'll give you a few seconds to mute me. Got a few seconds. Okay. A few seconds are up. So the plan... So I got unemployment. This is in Kansas, by the way. Now, what's really funny is I only got unemployment by what is essentially a fluke. Unemployment laws, for those of you not aware, in Kansas are horrific. They're very much, we don't want to give you unemployment, so you have to just jump through so many hoops. Now, fortunately, in this case, I had everything going on my side.
The legions of chaos are without end, intruder. You cannot prevail here.
Like, when I say I had everything on my side, I had to go to an interview to prove that I met the qualifications. I had to go in front of a goddamn judge in order to be like, yeah, no, I should get unemployment. Now, obviously, the company in question contested this. That means they had to send someone to also go to that court hearing. Guess what they didn't do? So, I was literally unopposed. I was literally unopposed in that. So the judge was like, well, you got it. So I got unemployment. That's good. That's good. Because, and I know you're probably thinking, why is this a trigger warning? Why does this have anything to do with anything? If I didn't get unemployment, I was going to kill myself. I was already at a point in my life where my health had started to decay a lot. This was when the kidney stones were already a thing, but I didn't know what they were. I didn't know what the issue was, and I didn't know how to fix it. All I knew was I was in nightmarish pain all the time. And I just lost my job, and I didn't have a lot of job prospects. And so I was just like, all right. But I got the unemployment. So that's luck number 2, I think, at this point in this overall story. So because I got the unemployment, I decided to keep going for a bit. Because, you know, I could. Now, not too long after this, just a few months, really, after this, I was sitting on my bed, and it was a specific knife. I always had this one specific knife that I was going to use, and I knew I was going to use that one specific knife. And I knew where to cut, and I knew how to cut because medical, and everything was cool. And I decided, this was like a couple months later, nothing had gotten better. I couldn't get a job, and my health was actually going down, not up. This is also when my health really nosedived. So what happened in order was I got food poisoning. Food poisoning throughout my back, which I know sounds like such a minor thing, but anybody who's ever had it, you know, throwing up your back is actually horrifically painful. So I got food poisoning and was vomiting so hard it threw up my back. And then, I'm trying to remember what happened next, because then it was like, after that was when the kidney stones really started resurging, and then something happened with my neck. To this day, I'm not actually sure what specifically happened with my neck, but I couldn't turn, like I couldn't do this at all. My neck just locked up. And that made a lot of things very unpleasant and very painful, like sleeping. I went to a medical place, was like, hey, and they were like, you're faking it. There's nothing wrong with you. And I was like, okay. So I went to a, what do you call them? Not emergency centers. The places that are probably shouldn't be used for actual medical advice, but the only places that actually help you with that. I think what they're called. Urgent care. I went to an urgent care. And this one particular urgent care said, all right, well, we can't figure out what's wrong with you, but you are very obviously and clearly in a tremendous amount of pain. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get you some Vicodin, because what the hell else are we going to do? And they were like, here you go, have some Vicodin. I was like, okay, thank you. And that allowed me to actually do things like sleep. For a bit of timeline, this was when the Primus campaign... this is when the Primus campaign was still doing the online forum. And this was when I was doing those little Voyager videos in the basement, for a specific timeline. So that's also when I started drinking seltzer water. The reason why is because another problem that cropped up here is that I started having these lesions on the back of my throat. Still not sure 100% what actually like caused those. Like, I'm not sure which medical thing made that happen, but those lesions made life miserable. I couldn't eat or drink unless... I couldn't eat anything. I didn't eat for a couple of months. Like, at all. When I say a couple of months, that's a slight exaggeration. It was like 6 weeks. But for like 6 weeks, I didn't eat food. Because I couldn't. And the only things I could drink were very, very hot water, like almost boiling water, or seltzer water. Because everything else caused me horrific pain. Like, just regular old water was painful. Anything with any kind of sugar, like fruit juice or any artificial sweetener, all that stuff would just inflame it, and there would be more lesions. So I stumbled into seltzer water. That's actually why I drink seltzer water to this very day. I learned a taste for it during this period of time. No, the throat lesions have been gone for a while. My throat is still sensitive to this very day, so I still have to take precautions. But I haven't actually had a lesion in years at this point. So, it was just a health cascade. I don't know how else to explain this. My health just started going down and down and down and down and down and down. I also paused making videos for a while. Some of you probably remember this, those of you who've been around for quite a while. I paused making videos because I reached the point where I couldn't anymore. I couldn't do it anymore. I stopped using the webcam because I didn't want people to see me. My wonderful dad, who I have not spoken well of many times, said about how great I looked because of how skinny I was. Which is one of those little things that I remember to this day. Probably shouldn't, but I certainly do. I was very skinny. There's one picture of me that survives. I'm not going to show you it. When I say I was skinny, I mean I went down a ways. I weighed something like 130 pounds, and if that doesn't sound small, yeah, you could literally see my bones. You could literally see my bones. I was down. So, I'm sorry, this is sounding, like I said, it's a long story. Forgive me for the duration of how long it's taking me to go through this. I am 6 feet dead, Reggie. 6 feet tall. I'm also rather broad, too. I have barrel-chested thing going on. So, all of that sucked. Health cascade, lesions, couldn't drink, couldn't eat. I still remember, just for a little bit of positivity in the middle of this, I still remember when my throat lesions had started closing up and stopped recurring. The first thing I ever ate, it was at an IHOP. I drove out to an IHOP. It was actually a good IHOP. They just opened a couple months earlier. And you know how restaurants, when they first open, they're like better because they really want to do a good impression and get people. So it was a good IHOP, and I went there, and I just asked for some scrambled eggs. And I couldn't even finish the damn things. But I had the scrambled eggs, I got a bunch of salt on them, the salt helped for some reason. And I was able to actually eat some scrambled eggs from this freaking IHOP. It was nice. It was a nice thing. But anyways, a little bit of positivity in there. So, right about now, my sister...
The power of chaos. This world is ours now and forever.
Love that voice actor. So, my wonderful and beloved sister was going through some stuff in her life. And that's important to mention for two things that are going to be coming up in a second here. So, she was going through some unpleasant stuff, and I'm not going to bore you with all that. That's also not my business to share. That's her business to share. But all of that stuff was making her life a little bit of a living hell, and she wasn't doing great financially, and everything sucked for her. I'm mentioning that because the next thing she did was she destroyed her life savings and used that money in order to hire a U-Haul to come out and pick me up and drag me out and force me to go live with her. And that's why I moved to Indiana that time, was because she, as she likes to say, she kidnapped me. But in an extremely literal sense of the word, she saved my life. Because my health was going down, not up. I suppose I should mention something in the middle of all of this. So I mentioned I was sitting on the bed with the knife. I had a choice. I had a really, really simple choice. I could go ahead and kill myself on the spot. I knew exactly how to do it. It would take maybe 30, 40 seconds for me to pass out, and it'd be cool. Or I could call Sis and say, go ahead and come, because she'd offered this already, and I'd said no. This was still before we knew about the kidney stones. So, obviously, by virtue of the fact that I'm sitting here talking to you, I made the call, and she, rescued me. So you're probably still wondering, how the hell does that have anything to do with sticking with it with regards to your early days of streaming and YouTubing when you had a viewership of like 5? Well. So some of you may or may not really be aware of the fact that... Really? Okay. May or may not be aware of the fact that it's really hard to get a job when you have a felony on your record. Now, I did, past tense, have a felony on my record that has now since been expunged. It was a felony for property damage. I don't mind telling you that. Because I got into a car accident. And the county I lived in at the time likes to rule car accidents or any kind of property damage as intentional. That's the way they operate. It's really messed up, actually. It's one of those posh, upper suburbanite kind of faux rich people. You know the type. So, car accident, which destroyed my car, by the way. My car did not survive that accident. And I was arrested for that. That's a fun experience, by the way. Put on Suicide Watch. That's a much, much less fun experience. And then, okay, what are you doing? Get out of there. Yeah, you know exactly the type, Bregman. And, so I had to go through all that nonsense. I learned a lot. At the time, what's really sad is I probably should have fought that, but I was in my 20s at this point in history. This is actually before all the hell stuff I'm telling you about. So I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was scared. In fact, I was terrified because this may shock you, but they treat you like gutter trash in American jails. So I was going through some horrific trauma that I am literally still recovering from to this very day. But the relevant point is, I had a felony on my record. And a felony on your record means good luck getting a job. And now we're finally starting to get to where all the pieces are coming together. Because I was living with my sister, and she was just straight up putting me up. She was paying for everything because I didn't have a job, and I didn't have any money. And she didn't have a lot of money, and everything was crap. And I'm like, I've got to do something. I have to do something to contribute to this situation, to this household. So I tried to get a few jobs. I tried to get several jobs. All of those attempts failed severely for the reason you're thinking right now. So it's like, okay, well, I've already got this channel, and here's luck point number, I think we're up to 7 at this point. There's this brand new thing that had just started. It was called Patreon. Now, for those of you not aware, even back then, I understood, because I have a brain and I understand economics, how unlikely it was to make money on YouTube. Legitimately, you need in the hundreds of thousands at the minimum of regular views in order to make money from ad revenue, right? I didn't have anywhere near that much. So, I got in almost at the ground floor of Patreon, one of their earlier people to ever actually be a content creator, what the hell they call it. And I did a video about it saying, hey, so I got a Patreon, help. And what happened from then on was a very, very slow but sure increase in the amount of money I was making as people very steadily started putting money towards the show, started putting money towards the Patreon. And that's kind of my answer to you. I know it's a long, winding answer, Linearith, but sheer desperation combined with the need to contribute to the household that I was living in, that had taken me in when I had nothing to offer in return, is how I did that. That's how I pushed through that. That's how I kept doing videos, and kept doing streams, and kept trying to do that professional thing, do the best job I can, always put out a consistent product, because, god damn it, I need this to work. I have no other options. And that's how I did it.
Our fates are all written in the warp, and yours is death.
I mean, the other option was killing myself, Linearith, and I don't mean that facetiously. That was the other alternative. Thought about it. Thought about it a lot. I actually have a weird view on suicide. I don't think of it as much of a taboo thing because I'm just so familiar with it. So I try not to talk about it because I know other people get weirded out when you talk about it so casually. I was gonna say, it's probably a good thing that most people don't have to go through what I went through. In fact, I would really hope that most people would never go through what I went through. That's a goal in my life, is to make sure. That's why I'm going to conquer the world for real. Not because of any of the other things, like making Final Fantasy games or the Mario 4X game, or designing my own shows, or explaining. No. It's to make sure that no one ever has to go through what I have been through in my life. That'll be success right there. Let me go ahead and send out a little bit of extra, just to be sure. What's my view on my life currently? Well, any questions? I'm still here. Not a lot else I can say about that. Yeah, Dive was really hungry that day, so he was just like, I had to invent the flux capacitor.
Check the word of chaos, my lord. The faithful here are not strong enough. It is a poor shepherd who blames his flock apostle. This failure is yours and yours alone. No, I will not go to the Basilica of Torments again. Fear not, Apostle. The Basilica is reserved for those who may redeem themselves. No. No! You will have no such chance.
In the most ancient of Eldar myth cycles, there are tales of the Necron's bloodthirsty deities clashing with the powers of the Warp. Thus, the Necron assault on the Chaos Stronghold was something of a reenactment of that prehistoric war. The merciless wave of the material Necrons clashing with the unbridled madness of the Immaterium. Despite black sorceries and the rage of foul demons, even the traitor Space Marines could not stop the unending tide of Necrons. The Nightbringer's servants remained in Deimos for some time after their victory, seemingly focused on purging the very soil there, which had been tainted by the power of the Warp. Necron Goss weaponry atomized every last Chaos Temple and artifact left. Not to mention all the corpses and the unfortunates who survived the initial attack. By the time the Necrons moved to their next target, the peninsula had become a scorched desert of ash and dust.
Chaos defeated. Let's grab a save so I can see Vigilance donation. Go to that. Thank you, Vigilant. It hasn't even loaded yet. Come on, I have internet. And I will, at some point, put that down for Sid Meier's Pirates, the Old World Blues mod, and Fallout London. He did mention it, Plutonia, and it's not... We'll decide how we get to there when we get there. I do actually have a related question, and since Mr. Red and Plutonia are both here, here's the related question. Should we do Thief 1, 2, and 3 before Dishonored 2? Or just Thief 1 and 2? Because that's going to change how I block things up. Now, Ivanux, you asked a question about the false accusation arrest. So that happened much more recently. The false accusation arrest happened after my life was saved by my sister, for timeline purposes. That was 7 years ago, I think? Something like that. I did, Vigilant. And I guess I didn't... Did I not bow yesterday? Well, Just in case. Thank you, Vigilant. Admittedly, yesterday was certainly an interesting day. Much appreciated. Much obliged. I am not fond of police, no. I'm sure there's good cops out there. I'm sure there are. Logically, there have to be. I've never met them, but I'm sure they exist. Yeah, so now we've got some mean faction strongholds to do. So let's bring you in. We're going to do a pretty classic, just quick defense here. We're just going to speed this up. So I don't need you for this mission. You just kind of hang out. Just, you know, hang out for a bit. Be cool. Those poor flayed ones. So I'm going to relate a story, and I'm going to edit this story to make it non-polemic, but it's in response to what Scion of the Emperor just said. There is a specific position here in the United States, which is what I would call critical to the operation of the electoral system, okay? I'm not saying that facetiously, I'm not saying that with exaggeration. The very nature of how our election process works actually goes through a whole lot of steps up the chain, right? And a lot of people in that particular chain received so much baggage and so much negativity and actual death threats and all sorts of other fun stuff that they quit. That they bowed out of the position. Which you may say, oh, that's good on them, but here's the problem. Someone needs to take that job. And the people who quit due to harassment were probably the people we wanted to have in that job. You know? Like this guy. But anyways, I'm drifting a little bit too much into polemic territory. I do apologize. Headaches tend to do that to me. That. That's right, Jay Palmer. I know your secret. I know you're secretly the polemic. Yeah, for years I was trying to find a better term for, you know, the no controversial rule. Calling it polemic actually just fits so neatly, I just started using that. That's why it's Polemic Day now. They're dead. Delicious veggies. Wait, what kind of veggies are you chopping? I must know. Let's see if the destroyers can even reach there before they're dead. So, the campaign has held up, much as I remembered, but I think I agree with what Takoida mentioned earlier today. This is about, I'd say, 80-90% of a good campaign with a little bit of padding wrapped around it. No, actually, TSB. It was just, there's a lot of cynicism and negativity in the world of Sanctuary. And that was just Kain, honestly, falling victim to it. And that's all that was. I don't know if you noticed that, for example, Akara, who was an old Vizhiktar, had seen a whole lot of evil mages and horrible things in her life. So, I had the actress, Dame Celeste, actually stutter a little bit on the word. Fortunately, she survived. Because she actually didn't mean it. She thought it would be better if they died. Next. Okay. Can padding work without it being annoying? So, by my definition of the word, padding is always bad. By sheer virtue of being padding, it is a bad thing. So, in that case, my answer to you would be no. However, can filler work? Yes, absolutely. There's plenty of ways to have good filler in a video game. In a lot of works, honestly. I guess we'll do Eldar next. Yeah, I feel like Eldar is our next goal. So let's do it. Yeah, filler plus polish almost always equals good. This is really true in television, because television shows back in the day had a thing where they had to fill X amount of time, and if they didn't, they would have to put in a filler. And let me tell you, the gap of quality between good filler and bad filler was huge. Star Trek became the masters of that for a long time, too. A lot of good episodes were fleshed out because of good filler. Anyways, I hope that answers you, J. Paul.
Eldar rely on stealth and trickery where others trust in direct force and valor. An ancient and debased people, the aliens only sully their hands in battle when they have no choice. When the Eldar's enemies at last tracked down their hidden base of operations in Tyria, the Farseer Taldir turned to a strategy of trickery.
No.
In this, she followed the ways of her ancient and deceitful race.
Ugh.
Her forces were centered on a great reinforced hill in a remote, frozen area with very limited access. To cut off these access points, the Farseer lured Cat's Paws to Tyria. Orcs, dissatisfied with the war of Warlord Gorguts, followed advice whispered by Taldir's warlocks and camped right where they could screen the Eldar from attackers. The Eldar, nevertheless, built a substantial force of their own. Advanced webway gates allowed them to ferry troops from the Wraith ship hiding behind a holofield somewhere in the Cronus system. But these same gates were the Eldar's great weakness. If attackers could take and hold them, Taldir would be cut off from reinforcements and any hope of escape. Alone and outnumbered, the Eldar would be caught in their own trap.
I agree, Scion. This is a weirdly good intro into 40k. It's just hysterical, because I know I am not the only person for whom this is my intro into 40k. It's that luck thing again. Good night, Crazy Norse. Have a good one. Hope to see you Monday. Death comes for you.
All is prepared. Excellent. Exarch Racanis, take your warp spiders to their positions and then return to the Aspect Shrine.
We are on our way.
Interesting modulation.
You have doubts, Harlequin?
I trust in your vision, Taldir of Oathway, but to stand surrounded by primitives makes me uneasy.
I understand your distaste, but Eldar rely on speed and stealth. We are not made for entrenched positions. The Orcs, however, make for excellent tools. They will keep the supply roads closed and our true enemies weak.
And if these attackers defeat the orcs?
I do not doubt they will overcome our cat's paws, but it will cost them. And in their weakened state, they will face the Wailing Doom itself. The Seer Council has named the young king. Exarch Racanis of the Warped Spider Shrine shall sacrifice himself to awaken our most powerful warrior, the Avatar of Cain.
None shall escape my wrath.
Okay. Cool, cool, depressing, cool.
You have come for me, Necron, and I await.
Finally, you accept the inevitable.
Kill the Eldar. Okay. Are the Orcs evil in Warhammer? Yeah, I'm with Ikitclaw. I would argue that the Orcs in 40k are the least evil faction. I know that's rather relative, but I'd stand by it. It also depends a little bit on the writer. Yeah, there's no good guys in 40k. There's good guys in fantasy, supposedly. I'm not actually sure who they would be, but I'm told there are. The Empire? Really? Wow. I'm vaguely surprised by that. The Orcs are just here to have a good time. There's no... I know this sounds like this sounds evil, but these are the standards we're dealing with here, because the Orcs just want to have a good time. There's no cruelty. There's no malice. They don't hate you. They don't want to torture you into submission. They don't want to devour your soul. They don't want to corrupt you into something else. They just want to have a good time. And for them, a good time means fighting, killing, and dying. And that's kind of what it is. Really? Really? This is just my life now. I mean, it's probably telling that back in the Winter Assault campaign, the ultimate goal of Gorguts was to get a bunch of skulls for his spikes on the back of his head, back of his armor. Everyone else was there for, like, power, or to defeat the Necrons, or to claim the Titan, or to claim the Titan. The Orcs were just like, I want them skulls. Those would be good skulls for me pointy stick. And that explains it in a nutshell, I feel. That's true, Uthor. I didn't realize that was who that was, but yeah, I did absolutely see that. Whoops, wrong people, wrong people. Are they just gonna harass us this whole mission? Is that what this is? I need me a cool hat!
There's more than just puny Eldars here. We was right to split off from Gorguts' lot. We're gonna have us a proper war right here. War!
Okay. I mean, honestly, enough said. Yeah, the entire plot of Shoot His Blood and Teeth.
We should use the squiggles on them. No, leave them be. The squiggles ain't trained yet. I don't want to get stuck straight in bits of you after their feet.
Ahem. The entire plot of Shoot His Blood and Teeth was, you're a random orc, and your boss takes your hairpiece for himself. And so you play that guy trying to get your hairpiece back. That's the whole plot of the entire game. Good game, by the way. Can recommend. Buggy as crap. Fun, though. Which greenskin would I play first in Warhammer? Well, I don't know who they are. So, by virtue of ignorance, whichever one you like best. The faction. Isn't there another... I guess not. Rom the Paunch the Most. Wurzag. Lol. I mean, his name's Wurzag, so he's already got that going for him. Did the music die or something? It was just really quiet. No, it's there. It is really quiet. Wow. The Great Greed Prophet. What is he, a Ferengi? Don't answer that. I know it, he's a Ferengi. That's okay, I accept it. I accept it. Oh, the Green Prophet. That's much more like it. We all know green is best. This is an interesting map layout. More generators. More generators. More power.
A fast strike in and out.
Okay. Enjoy those gauze turrets. Interesting, Uthor. Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that GW just kind of changes their minds on things whenever it suits them, really. For good and for ill. See you around, Mr. Red. Make sure to get stuck in with the boys. Or, I mean... Just gonna spend a minute getting our resource economy going. Nice and slow. I don't really have very good defenses, and I don't feel like getting harassed. Although they're not doing anything, which is actually terrifying. Whenever they're not doing anything, they're being dicks. I don't want to deal with dicks. Dicks suck! Wait. The buggiest game I've ever played. Ooh. The buggiest. See, it's probably funny that where my mind immediately went was there anything worse than Anthem? Because Anthem was incredibly buggy. But I feel like I could come up with worse than Anthem. Let me think about that for a minute. Let me get this going while I think about that for a minute. Come on, there we go. Shattered Universe wasn't particularly buggy. I never played New World. Cyberpunk wasn't actually all that buggy. I know this is going to sound weird. But Cyberpunk had the Bethesda bugs going for it. Overwhelmingly cosmetic bugs. Still bad, still a negative, but honestly, we've seen much worse than that. Having said that, there's one other game I think that might contest the buggiest category. Although, Django's not going to like it because it's KOTOR. KOTOR 1, specifically. I have had so much bad luck with that game. In fact, when we did our last review of it, we had to acknowledge a literal game-breaking bug, which we thankfully found a way around, because otherwise the run would have stopped. Well, because they have a hammer, and they go to war. It's, you know. But actually, I can think. Oh, the specific bug is there's a part where you're going across a ship, like you're on the ground, going outside of a ship, and you're like, all right, walk, 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 and then the game hard locks and crashes. And the only way to fix that is to reduce your resolution to minimum. Go through the section on a postage stamp, and then get up an elevator. It's specifically an elevator, and then once you go up the elevator, then you're good. I still remember that all these years later, because finding that fix was a stroke of luck. Yeah, it was a game breaker. It was a game-breaking bug. But actually, KOTOR 1 and Anthem are not the buggiest games I've ever played. Because there's two categories of bugs, right? There's technically three. There's cosmetic bugs, that's your Skyrim, you know, your Cyberpunk. Then you've got your, Kingdom Come Deliverance. That was another game that was very cosmetically buggy. Then you got your Game Breaker bugs. Those are awful. Game Breaker bugs are exactly what they sound like. They are, you can no longer continue your playthrough unless you fix the bugs. Those are Game Breaker bugs, the only things we give an individual negative for bugs, because those are just the worst. And then there's bugs that interfere with your gameplay in some way or another. Maybe something doesn't work right, maybe the ogre slaying sword doesn't do extra damage to ogres. Yeah, getting stuck in the floor in... That's a bad example. Sorry, I think Kira Whitenose was saying that for the Game Breakers. You get the idea, right? So those are all those kind of bugs. There is one game I have played that has all three in great supply. Now, can anyone guess it before I say it? I'm just curious. Let's go on, think about it. Some interesting guesses. Fallout New Vegas. Most people don't think of that when they think of buggy games, because most people, when they think of buggy games, they think of bad games. Fallout New Vegas is a very, very buggy game on all three categories. That game has game breakers, it has bugs that prevent the game from functioning properly, and it has cosmetic bugs all over the place. It is probably, this is a vague quantifier, but it is probably the buggiest game I have ever played.
To battle!
Yeah, exactly, Quantum Spaceman. You kind of forget about it. Because one of the other advantages that game has, which is a weird thing to comment on, but it's true, is that Fallout New Vegas is a game that people know and love. Relevance? Well, because so many people know and love it, people have made patches and fixes and workarounds for it, so whatever bug you run into, there is a really good chance you can go Google it and someone somewhere has already figured out a fix for it. Whether it's through console commands, or through a specific patch, or just doing something weird, right? So... That's another benefit New Vegas has. I know it's weird, Rama. It's this brand new thing. They've just invented it. It's called... yes, sorry. I am specifically referring to Fallout New Vegas at launch. Although I have played it with all the DLCs. In fact, I did a stream of that, which I mislabeled as Lore Run, which I shouldn't have done because it was a terrible stream, and I feel bad about that. Please don't watch it. It's crap. In fact, I think I may have archived it so you can't. Where's my... Oh, that's why. Okay, let's just do this then. Let's group you up. Come here. Come here. You are now group 3. And you are now group 4. But yes, Fallout New Vegas. Oh my god. Like, you can't even summarize those bugs. There's so many of them. There's so many of them. What's really funny, though, if I might be so bold, is I can think of several BioWare games which would, at the very least, qualify for being in consideration for, you know, buggiest game. Like, not a lot of people think of Dragon Age Origins as a buggy game, and those people have not run into the memory loss problems that game has. Or the collision detection problems it can have. And, of course, the aforementioned KOTOR 1, and Anthem, and Mass Effect Andromeda. Yes, there was Jay Palmer. Oof. That was a fun one. Whoops, wrong group. You stay there. You stay there. Keep going. Anyways, how many terabytes of videos do I have archived? You know, honestly, that's a damn good question. I don't really have a way to estimate that, or even guesstimate that. Probably several. Fallout New Vegas also has a bug, which is still true. I kind of hope to show it off whenever we stream it. I'm going to have to do some practice, though. Where you can reload your gun in such a way that you suddenly gain the ability to go extremely fast. To the point where if you accidentally run into something, you will die. There's also a way to... God, I'm trying to remember how exactly you trigger the bug. Whoop, hello.
Return to the main base. Let our enemies fight amongst themselves.
Anyway, sorry, Voice of Authority. Yeah, it's part of the BRPG block.
Got them all!
Why is Chaos here? Crying out loud. Yeah, they decided to stop giving riddles. It's weird, honestly. I don't remember how long New Vegas was made in off the top of my head. Sorry. What's funny is Dragon Age 2 isn't a particularly buggy game, despite being made in 11 months. I know that one off the top of my head.
We'll silence you, sorcerer.
Done that lore run.
Necrons! The Eldar has tricked us! Destroy these mechanical monstrosities, and then find me that alien witch!
18 months. God, that's ridiculous. Like, Dragon Age 2 in 11 months, at least that's a relatively short game. Fallout New Vegas is super not. Yeah, I could see that for Vice City as well, honestly. I think I mentioned this, I was really surprised at how Would you stop? How relatively bad Vice City was. Don't worry, they'll definitely do that.
The Bastion remains strong, Varsia, but the webway gates to your Wraith ship are vulnerable.
Our course is clear then. Protect the gates at all costs. Without them, we may never escape this world. We must drive the attackers back.
This thing is happening now. Necron it up.
A fast strike in and out.
That was pretty fast. Can't deny it. Yeah, Troika's another company that just has gotten screwed over several times in terms of crunch and resources and support and all those fun things.
Craftworld Ulthway will never stop opposing you, Necron.
The analysis of your technologies is complete, Eldar. We know you cannot escape this world without your webway gates. We will take them from you and then purge this world of your race.
You know, I get that they want to have the banter, but am I the only person who kind of wishes that the Necrons wouldn't actually talk back? That the Pariah wouldn't talk back? Instead, they would just be like, "You will never do this, Necrons," and the response is just this really low, computerized hum. Like that right there. And that's all they get in reaction to that, is just... Yeah, that would just be terrifying, I think. I don't know. Oh. Reassign you as 4.
With the Warp Sorcerer defeated, more of us have risen from the caverns below, Eldar. Our purge grows stronger with every death.
I mean, that's kind of creepy when you think about it, but sure, we'll go with it. Now let's go kill the orcs. The sound of him on a... I sincerely doubt I'm going to hate it, Eva. That's true, I remember that, Scion. I even liked it. What happened? Are you done? You're not done. So you go kill whatever's up there. You grab me some more points. Are you done yet? Nope. I mean, that's not really my decision, Rama. It never has been. But yes, I have heard that Picard Season 3 is actually worth a damn. Which is, if I'm being completely honest, a little bit of a sad state of affairs that we've risen to the heady heights of being good. But even if it wasn't good, quality was never the problem. As I talked about in the finale video. Okay, they're all done now. Warp back. In we go. What about up here? I've heard good things about Lower Decks. And that is something that's being funded. Lower Decks and Prodigy and Strange New Worlds are all things that have been up for funding. Like, people have started putting interest towards them. Do I consider the 3 JJ movies good? Define good. Oh, Jay Palmer's like, really? I just want an answer, Lore. Just give me a straight answer, Lore, damn it. And he's just like shaking me like, give me the answer. And I'm like, no! I must know what question I'm answering. Jay Palmer's like, you will answer. I'll never answer you. Absolutely not, Lunera. First of all, I do not have spare time. Flash kits. So, second of all, if I did have spare time, I would spend it on something probably like the rewrite. I consider the 3 JJ films to be entertaining to watch, even though I would probably consider them bad. So the first film is pretty bad. It has hilariously huge logical loopholes and has a legitimately awful script. The second one, Into Darkness, is actually worse in every way, and is so messed up that it would take me a while to really go down the list of exactly how badly written it is. But it has competent actors and surprisingly decent directing. The third film finally crawls its way up to being the point of being an acceptable film in terms of the quality of the film, and is therefore the one I actually enjoyed watching the most. You know what? Why don't you just come here? It's gonna take you forever to get here anyways. Just do that. Just do that. We done? My name is Khan. I mean, I don't know about you. That's how I introduce myself to everyone. My name is Lore. Okay, that's nice. Would you like a table for 3 or 2? I need a table for 3. Okay, cool, thank you. Real quick, we've got one by the window, or we've got a booth one. I will take a booth. I mean, that's an easy answer, Lunera. I used to work less than I currently do. The rewrite project started this January, for God's sakes. And the theaters have been off and on. And yeah, the JJ films came out years and years and years ago. So. Also, I don't go to films alone. I didn't watch the films for the show. I watched the films with my family. As I will watch the Mario film with my niece, for example. That's not free time, that's family time. Big difference. They're still going. They're so slow. Oh, what happened, Uthor? Do I have enough yet? Oh, I do. Wow, Star Trek Beyond came out 7 years ago. I sincerely doubt that, Lunera. Also, even if she wanted to, I would veto that, and I'm pretty sure her parents would too. That's probably not a film she needs to, or show she needs to be watching. Congrats, Uthor. I should probably clarify that. My niece doesn't like certain types of media because there's just certain things she doesn't enjoy, and she absolutely would not enjoy something like Picard Season 3. Too dark. Not her style. I am not going to review anything to my niece, no. I might review Chris Pratt's performance to you all. I'll give you a hint. I'm probably going to be negative about it. love how I've just got 4 destroyers just obliterating the space. I know, I'm on easy, but it's like, good lord. I'd have to reinforce a bit more, but no, we're just churning through them. Those flash skits are barely touching us here, and I know how good flash skits are. Good night, 2 base master. Have a good one. Oh yeah, I guess I could double up now. So let's go ahead and move the whole group up here. That's going to take a minute. Well, the Orcs wanted a good fight. They got one. I like the idea of just the last few Gretchen who are on the battlements, just firing away with the last of their ammo. Just screw it. I think she would enjoy some of TNG.
Circled your orc pawns in the mountains, Eldar. And now our forces have regrouped. It is time to end your tricks.
I could think of individual episodes of TNG she would very much not enjoy. Obviously stuff like Chain of Command or Conspiracy would be right out. Can you nominate games or streamations with 100k credits? Actually, no, you cannot. That has already come up, and we only allow things to be added through actual physical donations. Sorry. So which monogod race I would like mechanically the most? It's a good question. I hope it's not Nurgle, because I'll never live that down. I mean, that's up to her, not me. Let's go kill the Eldar, shall we? One of my favorite things to do. Well, it's one of Django's favorite things to do. It's more of a hobby for me. Yeah, I could think, like, there's episodes of TOS she wouldn't like, too. Correct, Jay Palmer. Like, for example, the Assault Vampire, she would not be into that at all. She probably would have difficulty with Doomsday Device, for example. Skin tone for Williams? Surprise me, Eva. Something that complements his eye color. That's a good question. What color are his eyes, Eva? All eyes turn towards evil. The master color decider. I mean, you're my art director. Figure it out. Really, Huthor? Well, that's relief. I mean that sucks. That's terrible. Darn. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that, Scion. I'm trying not to Google why, because I'm admittedly quite curious why everyone's saying that. Yes, Evo is doing some artwork. Not nearly as much, but she is still doing artwork for RFF1. Since I'm just slow-moding my way through this, let's go ahead and see. If I could change one thing about the Orcs, what would it be? The fungus, no question. Remove the fungus thing. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, you. You. Come here. But I have plenty of faith in Evo. Although, something's wrong here. Are you coming? Oh my god, they're so slow. Listen, the only spell I want to cast in Warhammer 3 is Fist. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with me here, Evo, because I keep looking at the sketch of Caroline and the sprite work of Caroline, and it looks different. I'm trying to figure out why. And I'm having to, like, scroll down and then scroll up and then scroll down to look at them side by side. It looks like her chin got less pointy. Her nose changed shape a little bit, and something's different about her eyebrows. Like, her expression looks different, and I'm trying to figure out why. Regardless, I do like the skin color. It works quite well. I think the hair is fantastic. The hat is excellent, and I love how you use the collar. So, everything else is fantastic. Look, I do hate eyebrows. Big, bushy eyebrows like I got. Terrible things. Hate them. That would explain it, Eva. If you literally changed it in mid-stance, that would explain everything. No, Evo, give me a second. Let me think about this. God, this takes so long. No, I mean, I wouldn't mind having Warcraft elf eyebrows. Take a while to clean, though. You're fine, Evo. You're not holding up the stream. I'm sitting here waiting for this to go. Just circling my mouse in circles to prevent flickering. Okay. Did that work? Oh, God, I was on the wrong thing. I was on the wrong damn thing. Sorry, everyone. Go kill. But since we bothered, we might as well, right? It changes her expression so much, Evo. And I kind of liked it better. There's no kind of. I absolutely liked it better before. I love the shading you do on her collar, though. That's excellent work. And as usual, you do the hair fantastically. Oh, we all know Blood Elves are better than Night Elves. Come on. Are we killing? We're killing. As it should be. Let's drop some of these in here. Hey, do you like having flares just coming up from beneath your ground and killing you? Do you like that? Because I got your back. Damn right, Huthor. Probably, we're going to debate if that even happens in our Warcraft, I'll tell you what. But, I mean, I guess that doesn't really mean much. Everything's going to be debated. That's what a rewrite is. This is a lot of forces. This looks like a killing field right here. Probably because it is. Holy crap. This is still taking forever to grab this stupid thing, too. Look at this. Any second now. Any second. Can we move it on? Nope. Oh, where's the monolith? Where'd it go? There it is. Go, my monolith. I'll teleport.
The enemy has taken a webway gate. Drive them back.
Teleport. There we go. Come on, start moving. There we go. Did I not? Oh, I didn't. Whoops. Because I so rarely use it. Here, let's go ahead and grab the knife burner. Oh, and I imagine Half-Life 3?
Have rejoined the battle. Gather together, that we may silence the Eldar at last.
Bottom, bottom. Not sure where he is. Where is he? Where's Death? Oh, there's Death. I found him. I found Death. Hey, Avatar. Hi, I'm Death. How are you? Really? One Guardian dude, really? Okay, hold on. Now take it back. Meanwhile, lots of death. Oh my god, we are actually taking losses. I'm gonna have to rebuild a lot of my honor guard after this nonsense. This one dude. I got this. I got this. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Yeah, I was thinking about building some more troops, but honestly, I'd rather the monolith deal with him.
Our dispersed servants have rejoined the battle. Gather together, that we may silence the Eldar at last.
Oh, we can teleport again. We can teleport again. So you see that one dude, the hero of the Eldar? I'm sorry, Evo. I'll never ask you to do it again, I swear. Actually, Evo, could you do me a huge favor? Don't be that guy, first of all. But second of all, could you do me a huge favor? I know, Thor. He's just like, do me a favor and just sketch one of them, like with sketching, not pixelated, and just send that to me. I want to test something that might reduce the workflow. We took a lot of losses in that nonsense. Good God. Hi. Did you do White Mage that way? I thought you did White Mage pixelated. If you did, then I'll use that. I'll use that. I don't think Wonder Woman's gonna manage this thing. She's high tier for a setting that's a lot lower tier than this. And DC is ridiculous. We're not doing AI art. What I want is a non-pixelated picture from you.
Our dispersed servants have rejoined.
Can you do that?
Battle.
Is that acceptable? Do you hate me forever?
That we may silence the Eldar at last.
Yeah, my bracers can deflect anything. Ah! And then her bracers just clatter to the ground. She's not even left a body. There's nothing left. The highest tier thing in fiction? Gurren Lagann. I know that's kind of the point. I know people enjoy it. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I know. I figured. I'm just kind of sweeping now. them left and the monolith right. They're just chilling here, waiting for, you know, the way to be clear. Yeah, all that's left is her boots. Whoop! Let's grab all the surviving units here. Let's kind of topple together some kind of skirmish force. Highest tier thing that isn't anime. You're looking at it. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Thank you. Now, don't do any more pixel art. Rest your hands. Rest. Rest. You're resting, right? And you'd never overwork. That would be unthinkable. This thing is ridiculous. This might actually be the stupidest of all the super units in this game. And there's some mean super units in this game. What happens in Gurren Lagann that makes it high tier? Rather than answer you directly, there's a YouTube channel that does like, here's a video showcasing the size of different things next to each other, and one of them is mechs. And when you get to the point where one of those mechs is larger than the entire universe, well, I think we've officially gotten there. I think we've officially reached ridiculous tier. Yeah, they have a thing that shoots galaxies at people in Gurren Lagann. I really don't know what else to add to that. Send you over here since the way should be clear. It's pretty dumb. I'm not a fan of Gurren Lagann. No offense to anybody who does like it. Just really not my thing. Keep on going, Monolith. Keep on playing that tuba.
The Wraithbone will never answer your call, outsider. Retreat now!
Sure thing, Jay Palmer. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Some people like it. I'm not gonna get... Oh, it's bad luck to be you.
The webway is closed to us now. We are trapped on this world. The avatar of Cain has fallen. Go, all of you. Find what refuge you can in the wilderness of this world.
Escape is still possible, Farseer.
I do not deserve that title, Harlequin. My vision has failed us all. My fate is here, and I shall not flee from it.
She'll be fine. She'll be fine, Ekit. Don't worry about her.
The Eldar had come to Cronus specifically to face the Necrons, and when the Deathless Army marched into Tyria, they got their chance. For all the lauded foresight of their Farseer, however, the Eldar were unable to stem the Necron tide and fell under the power of their weapons. The dreams of Craftworld Ulthwé came crashing down under the metallic heel of their ancient enemies. The Necrons directed much of their energy to destroying the various Wraithbone structures left by the Eldar. This eldritch material is said to emanate directly from the warp, which seems to have offended the Deathless Warriors even more than the existence of life. The thin spires built by the Eldar collapsed as gas flares and alien blades cut them into their atomic components. Only when the works of Farseer Taldir were blasted to nothing did the Necron tide move on.
War gear. I see. Worse in almost every way, Jay Palmer. Alright, so. Then there were 3. I was actually kind of hoping we'd finish today, but I don't think by which I mean I know we're not going to. So let's get the defense missions we're inevitably about to do out of the way. This is the second to last campaign, technically third. So they're gonna attack us. Yep, let's go. Alright, which map is this? Oh, okay. God, I have nothing here. I mean, we need to wipe out the other things, and we need to show off the other strongholds, so... We got work to do. Please don't, Evo. I can't take it today. Let me ask you something, Evo. If I was a game developer, and I was like, well, I can make this game quickly, or I can make this game good, which would you prefer of those two options? Hello, Tau Commander. I'm the Necron Commander.
Carry on with me.
Yeah, so, anyways. Yes, Ace Combat Zero was the game that got funded yesterday, I do believe. Yeah, we're almost fully war-geared, and we're the Necron Commander against the Tau Commander in melee. That was a foregone conclusion. Excuse me. I don't know, what do you think? Should we do the guard last? I was gonna do the Tau last, but honestly... feel like the guard might be fun. Drones. Drones go haywire. There's this one dude who's like, we've got to defend because we need him and we hate him. And I killed him like 5 times in a row because it was funny. I remember that one mission more than most of the rest of the story. It was funny, Jay Palmer. What? It's even in one of the highlight reels, I forget which, but one of them somewhere has that clip. We need to defend this guy. Unfortunately, I don't even remember what that guy did to deserve my ire. I just remember he was a dick. Oh, he was the prison warden. Yep, yep. You're right. Screw him!
They cannot hope to win.
You're not rambling, Evo. I just...
Don't let the prey get away.
It's okay, the Tau have definitely got this fight, everybody. The Tau have got this! For the greater good! It's definitely how this fight is going. I'm definitely not toying with them because I anticipate having to fight on this map later, so I'm setting up a couple of additional defenses to make it faster in the future. Definitely not what's happening. They've got this. Oh yeah. Victory. I'm gonna be mean, and I'm gonna put a frickin' turret right here. Just right here. And I'm gonna laugh. Back off, back off. You don't want to wipe them out too quickly. Where are you going? Don't hear off my back, legs, whatever. Anyways, enjoy that turret right up your tailpipe there. Now we're gonna grab this one too, because I'm just done playing around at this point. Y'all are dead. I like the idea that the tower just like, we must do everything in our power to resist the Necrons, and they're like, okay. Oh no, they've got stealth guys, what do we do? What do we do? Here, go solo them, would you please? Oh god, the frickin' obelisk is also in range of some of their buildings. I like to think the AI right now is just trying to figure out what to do. It's like, well, I have known nothing. Obelisk, please? I almost hope I get attacked here again now. I'm gonna have some fun with these boys. So, here's what I'm gonna say to you, Evo. If you're still there. You're probably not. You're probably like, ah, I hate that lore. Oh, I hate that lore. That's actually what Evo's voice sounds like in real life. Because I've heard her voice. I've been her voice director. For a couple works now, actually. 3, in fact. What He was like, oh, I hate that. There's nothing wrong with being, well, there's nothing inherently wrong with not liking an aspect of yourself, and if you think you're too slow in a bad way, I don't really have the right to tell you you're not, but that doesn't change the fact that you're effectively bad-mouthing my friend, and I would rather you not. I'm just saying, Evo. You know what happens to people who come after my friends. Well, I'll give you a hint. Something like this. Kind of get us a nice camera angle. Oh, I can't tilt the camera further down. Aw. I dare you to attack this spot again, Tau. I frickety dare you. Oh, they have another spot. Holy crap. Okay, I can fix that. I guess I have more time to set up upgrades then. Wait. There's more. Guessing over here. That's right, I must have vengeance, no matter the cost. Listen, the moment I stop being a completely worthless person, Lanayru, is the moment I'll stop calling myself it. Deal? Now, I've got a bet going. My commander can, by himself, go kill the enemy base. If I can find it. That's going to be the hard part. Oh, no, there it is. It's up there. It's up there. Boop. Nope, I was wrong. Damn. Okay. Up north, then? South? Where the hell are they? Good night, TSB. Have some good rest. Oh, that's a vehicle bay. Where the heck are they? Nope. We'll have to try up here, then. You guys have fun. Me, I got other stuff to do.
Keep firing, keep firing! Fall down!
Yeah.
Eliminating targets!
I told you, Dream Whisperer. So yeah, I think the commander can, in fact, solo the enemy at this point in time. I mean, I have all but one of the war gears, for God's sakes. Boop. Next. Alright, so... let me think. We're almost out of time, so let's paint the map a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, we lost a lot on that Eldar mission. Good God. Look at that. What are you? Oh, you're my Crypt Warriors. There we go. See how fast we can sweep here. I don't really need to do defenses, so I'm not going to bother. We're just going to go. 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 And just in case we actually need it, I'll go and start building some stuff. I don't think we're going to. But yes, we're painting the map. Especially since we can do so relatively quickly. Eh. Hi. Bye. Hello. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, Death? Teleportation is great for completely bypassing terrain, what can I say? I don't think we'll need any of these buildings, so... whatever you can finish. Before we completely destroy them. There's your target. I like to think that all the Eldar that fled from their Stronghold mission came here. So this is the last of the Eldar on the planet. And they're all like, alright, this is going to be our last stand. So anyways. Let's do that one. Same general plan. Okay. Guesses? Up, left, down, right. BA, select start. Where's my dude? Where's my dude? Left. And lower right. Well, lower right was a good guess. I don't remember which map this one is. Oh, this is the one I just set up. This should be fun. This is actually really funny. Oh my gosh. Well, look on the bright side. I'd probably give more negatives if I didn't, Chuck. Welcome to the last, like, 10 minutes of the stream. Okay, so let's set up another turret. Bar here. Just, you know, for funsies, really. Is he out yet? Not yet. Oh, probably because I haven't summoned him? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. He's here. He's here. If we need to drop our forces right in range of that obelisk. Why? Don't question orders, soldier. But, okay. We'll just not question that, then. Oh, God, I remember that bit with Thor. That show was great. Except for that last episode. That last episode was horrifying. Holy crap. Yeah, we'll go and upgrade it. Screw it. Alright, let's see. I got a few more turrets I can plop down. Let's set one, like... I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to be really mean. It was a hell of a gut punch. It caught me completely by surprise. I was binging, too. So I was just watching the archives, essentially. By the way, Bwong, and I'm just like, holy crap! And the Great War has always been kind of one of those topics for me, so that hit me like a ton of bricks. Just right in the punch. Just, ugh. Thank you, Jay Palmer. Or whatever it is you put that towards. Hang on. So let's see if I can alt-tab without crashing. Okay. Jay Palmer, thank you for trying to get me to crash the game. I hope we can alt-tab in Dawn of War 2. That's going to be interesting to find out. Ace Combat 5. Okay. What's your backup? Me too, Scion. Me too. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm just being mean at this point. He's just stuck in the terrain. Oh, we've got defenseless people we can finally kill! No! Oh, and it was up, wasn't it? Or was it down? They're coming from down. For God's sakes. What are you doing? I'm probably going to have to do more feasibility tests before... There's no problem. I am absolutely going to have to do more feasibility tests before I add anything else. That came from up here. Absolutely. I don't remember dinosaurs ending. Dinosaurs ended with the Ice Age. Well, that's messed up. It makes a degree of sense. thing I remember about dinosaurs is, not the mama! Whap! I don't think I fortified this spot. I kinda didn't. Okay. Where... Oh, I know where this is. I know where this is. Okay, I remember this one. So what do I want to do here? I want to... Do I already have that? I do already have it. I don't have this. Oh, that's why. Okay. I think they were talking about Dinosaurs the show, Uthor. But I kind of get what you mean. Dinosaurs the movie was just... I mean, it was a tech demo. Let's call it what it is. And it was an excellent tech demo, and they used that tech in every movie after it, but Dinosaurs itself, the movie, was not what I would call super impressive. I did J. Palmer, and the best part is I have no real good way of writing that down without crashing the game. What I'm gonna do, I hope that that doesn't go away before I have a chance to go ahead and write it down. What's happening? Yeah, the old Dinosaurs TV show was... it was a thing? I never liked it, I'm not gonna lie. Not the mama, but, it was a thing. Wow, this is, speaking of things. It's taking a minute. God, they're taking a minute to die. Yeah, the whole shtick for the Dinosaurs show was that, hey, they're dinosaurs, but they're living an everyday normal life, and that was kind of it. That was the whole shtick. They didn't really do much with it. Wow, this is just actually bonkers how well they're doing here. Then the asteroid hits, and they all die. The end. Alright, I'm wasting my time. Enjoy that gauze cannon there. Jackasses.
Cut them down.
Yep, and then they became the Voth. The end. Oh god, the live-action Flintstones. How many of you have seen that movie? I have. For some reason. They made multiple? Why? Why? Wow. Don't even leave a corpse. straight to DVD sequel. Probably The Lion King 2. Worst straight to DVD sequel. That's tough. There's a lot of bad ones. They're all kind of bad.
Although the local workers never realized it, the mines of Cronus' Hyperion Peaks featured powerful ore refining machines left there by the tech priests of Mars. These ancient ore processing and field manufacturing plants took on a more martial aspect during the Dark Crusade. Indeed, these same devices could, with relative ease, be made to produce military structures, or the processed materials needed to assemble them in the field. Those in control of this facility thus gained the ability to rapidly build forward bases as they pushed across Cronus. The peaks were a difficult battlefield, however. Isolated from standard supply lines, those trying to take the mines were forced to send in a single armored column, ordered to wipe out all enemy structures. Without reinforcements, the tank commanders were on their own.
That sounds interesting and awful. But I do have monoliths, so that's neat. I have heard of it, Eternus, yes. Although, I'll be honest, I'm not sure I would have if not for the fact that someone tried to suggest it for Streaminations. They made a second Starship Troopers movie? I mean, the first one was at least meme-tastic. You know, so bad it's good kind of a thing. But, what? They made a third one? Okay, so I know they made a House of the Dead and a House of the Dead 2. The less said about those, the better. But I thought that was as bad as that got. Holy crap. Okay, so scooch, scooch, scooch. Start everybody. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Let's organize our forces here a little bit, shall we? Cornetto trilogy? Just gonna raise my eyebrows at you. So you... Is that everything? I think that's everything. Oh! Shaun of the Dead had a couple of funny scenes. In fact, I would go so far as to say 2 funny scenes. Never saw Hot Fuzz and never saw World's End. Well, one of the scenes I liked in Shaun of the Dead, that I laughed quite a bit at, probably more than I should have, was, they'll all go for a pint. It's the thing where they're reciting their plans, and then it fails. And then they recite the plan, and then they change it. And then they recite the plan, and then they change it. It's actually really good comedic timing. And the fact that they do this nice, very well edited clip of each of the plans before they, you know, move on is... the whole thing made me laugh quite a bit. It was rather amusing. So saith I, Buzz Killington. I missed one. the second scene that got me laughing is probably not meant to be funny, and it wouldn't have worked without the setup. So, he goes around his daily routine, and he's bored, and it's dull, and it's whatever. He's like, alright, whatever, and he goes on to his next day. And his next day, he's going through the exact same routine. Again, very well edited. Except now everyone's dead. But he is so out of it and so, you know, stuck in his mental routine that he doesn't notice at all. A lot of stuff to kill. Like, a lot of stuff to kill. Why don't you, set this in instead. Go in there. Destroy everything in there. Like I said, it probably should have been horrifying, and instead it was just hilarious. Maybe that says something about me. I don't know. That is a hell of a wog in there. Back off, back off, back off. Back off everything. Where's those monoliths at? Oh my god, they're so slow! Boom, 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 boom. Boom mode engaged. I do tend to laugh at dark humor. Oh yeah, we have teleport on these things. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, honestly, Evo, if this is you, that's a compliment. As this one monolith is about to kill a lot of things by itself. Over here. Could you imagine, like, the whole wog is just like, alright, they're attacking from that direction. And then a monolith just teleports in right at their flank, like, oh, well, shoot. I mean, they're still pretty strong. They are still probably the strongest super unit in the game, in this specific game. They just wouldn't be one-shotting everything with wild and reckless abandon. That's all. Dark Crusade. The Necrons are kind of like a slower orc, which is funny because I like playing as the Necrons and the orcs. Both of them are all about getting that momentum going. Once you get the momentum going, yeah. The Iron Tide just sort of washes over things. And then there's the Tau. Actually, the Tau are kind of momentum-y as well. You get enough of that artillery going in. Why don't you back off for a bit? Yeah, this is a little tedious. Down to 30 buildings left, and we've swept a little over half the map. Oh, the Guard are legit. The Guard are actually my third favorite faction. I've only ever played orcs on tabletop, and nothing serious, so I can't speak to that. Where are you at? You're here. Go ahead and scooch on this way. Teleport soon. Let's actually have you go this way. You keep going down. Oh god, I would not want to do this mission on Chaos. In general. Never mind on hard. Defilers. Instead of monoliths, you get defilers. That's vaguely insulting. Range? We're in range. Go and pull out. The monolith sweep the rest of us. Cultists. Wow. Something lived through a few shots of the Gauss cannons. Why is that one tower living? There we go. Jesus, that was weird. I was shooting blanks for a minute there. Bane Blades. Yeah, that sounds a little more appropriate. Scout up there. What are you doing? Oh, god dang it. Everybody knows a Bane Blade is bad news, so... To use a bad parallel, it's like when you play Magic the Gathering, and you play one of several units that everybody knows is bad news, and you're like, aha! But all you've actually done is united the entire table against you. Congratulations. It's like Commander, yeah. What it used to be for us was, anytime anybody put out a Platinum Angel, for example, or started doing interrupts, kill that person, just immediately. That person's life is forfeit. I actually really like the Platinum Angel. And not for its use, I just think it looks really cool. Like, I want to do a thing with that someday. So there's 6 buildings somewhere. Somewhere. I did, Uthor. I'm very curious what he's going to look like, because I actually cannot picture in my head a live-action Thrawn. That's not a joke. That's not being facetious. I just can't picture it in my head. What am I missing? Here, teleport up there. We have never had a live-action Chiss, no. That's 3 buildings. Yeah, it's not what I was expecting for Thrawn at all. But the more I heard it, the more I liked it. So let's see. Yeah, but Boba Fett doesn't have blue skin and red glowing eyes. In fact, Boba Fett doesn't have anything special about him at all. He's got a helmet on. I could have a helmet on. Boop. There we go. Done. Apparently they don't, Stumpy. Which is good to know, because they're still building those damn things. But that counts as a building. That's probably one of the fastest runs I've ever had on this map. Are we done? There we go. It's like, game? Yay, war gear. 5,000 kills. Wong. Oh, it really would, Eternus. Okay, so now it looks like we have painted the map except for one spot, which is that one right there, which is just a regular thing. Oh, we can attack it right now. Let's just do that. Let's just knock this over. It should take very little time, relatively speaking. Just go. Attack. Go, go, go. And then we'll have painted the map, and then Monday we'll finish up the last 3 stronghold missions. So, everything. Oh geez. I'm gonna guess southeast. I'll be wrong. Listen, it's not Thrawn's fault that someone accidentally dropped a copy of the script next to him. Oh, they got there fast. Okay, it's not this way. Got it. North. Go faster. Wow, that sounds terrible, Luthor. I hope you enjoy it. I tried the Star Wars Ships tabletop game, and the problem is it's kind of a pain to play. Like, actually doing all of the angles and distances and shots and maneuverings is just... It's kind of a weird thing. You may or may not notice, the Executor I've got right there is actually from that game. But I didn't get it for the game. I got it because it was the only source of an Executor model that isn't, you know, $2,000. And yeah, just the rules, oh my god, it's a little sloggy. I mean, I don't know, Zaktev. I don't have bajillions of dollars to be able to accomplish such a thing. Might have gotten the voice actress to do it, I don't know. Unless they did, in which case, ignore me. That's what I thought, Uthor. So yeah, I probably would have gotten the voice actress. Instead of Rosario Dawson. Boop. Now we've got, yep. Let's push through these really quick. which map? Oh, I know this map. Okay. Grab you. I'm not actually a big fan of Rosario Dawson in general. But I'm not saying she's a bad actress. I'm just saying that I would have gotten the actress for Ahsoka instead of giving it to someone else. I'm actually wondering if there was some kind of drama about that that led to that recasting, because that's usually what the cause of that is. I know, right, Eternus? I'm just trying to drag this out. Head up there, so you can find the other group. That's Roxanne Dawson. I can understand why you'd be confused by that. Good director, consequently. Do I already have? I do. Yep, okay. Cool. I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask about that. I probably wouldn't do live-action Star Wars unless I really had my back to the wall on it. Star Wars just suits CGI and/or animation much better. I mean, I mentioned Thrawn a few seconds ago, but there are plenty of other examples. And frankly, there's just more you can do with that. The concept of the infinite camera is a real one. Yeah, in real life, a camera has to have a lot of things. It has to have the right lighting, it has to have cabling that goes to it, or it has to have some kind of local recording facility. It has to have physical space, it has to be moved, either by a person or by a crane or whatever. In CGI and or animation, your camera is literally anything and anywhere you want it to be. It is the infinite camera. You could have the camera go through the eye of a pin of a needle if you really wanted to, because all the camera really is in animation is a object with zero actual mass or size to it that you can move anywhere and point in a direction. And of course, lighting is something that's also easier to manage in animation and CGI than in real life. Not saying it's easy in general. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into good lighting design. I'm just saying it's easier than in real life. You don't have to have these damn things set up around you in order to get the lighting just so. I mean, I do think that it's possible to abuse the infinite camera. I do. But I do like the concept of the infinite camera, and it does give a lot of possibilities. Especially for big action-y scenes. In my honest opinion, live action tends to suit more personal stories in general. There's a more palpable believability and relatability about actually having live action characters. So if I was to do a live action show in any setting, even the extant, it would probably be a very quiet little thing. In fact, there's a show idea I've been wanting to actually literally do someday, possibly for the Trek Rewrite, where it's just going to be a tap cafe, right? Like there's a couple of people just sitting around the tap cafe, sitting and sipping and drinking tea and eating whatever, and they're just talking about the Dominion War. And there's just two officers who are relating the events of the Dominion War to each other and trying to discuss the specifics of just how messed up things are going on over at the front lines. And of course, they're far from the front lines. This is probably happening on Earth or someplace within the core worlds. And so they're just wigged out about the whole thing and trying very hard not to let it get to them, and you get the idea. And it wouldn't be a full series by itself, because I don't think there's enough meat on that bones to sit by itself. But the whole idea is like the rest of the show that would be complementary to that would be showcasing the Dominion War, and then it would cut to these two people sitting at this cafe, sitting and talking about the events that we don't show on camera, and giving a personal perspective on a lot of the conflict. I've actually done a lot of prep work about how I would set up the camera angles and where I would put the people and what kind of background elements I would want, because I would want there to be stuff in the background that kind of indicates where they are and what's going on. What map is this? Oh, I know this map. This is, wow, we haven't been here in a while. We'll get there, Truthor, we'll get there. I may or may not be streaming late. Really, really late today to try and get there. Today was actually a 10-hour streaming shift. How's that for fun? What am I missing? I'm not missing anything. Go, 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 go. Let's guess over here. Actually, let's just go, 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 go. Borg Mayans, that would be fun. Is that an aesthetic we've done before? That's true, we could add some changeling paranoia there. Like, maybe just the tone of them, one of them gets a little bit different as they're chatting. And they start asking, like, weirdly probing questions, and the other dude's like, what are you doing? What do you mean? We're just having our usual conversation. Uh-huh. You're being awfully weird about it. I'm not being weird. Maybe if you just knew the answers to the questions, I wouldn't be weird about it. I know the answers to your questions. Yeah, I actually almost vetoed Andor for that reason before. Which would have been a damn shame, but I almost pulled that trigger. Breaking their base kit. Aha! Maybe? No? See you around, Jay Palmer. Get some good rest. Or else. I love how that one commenter is like, wait! Come back! It's my time for glory! Come back! Why are you leaving?
Glory for the first man to die!
I love that line. Glory for the first man to die! Charge! This looks promising. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, oh, oh. I see bases. I see buildings. Oh, maybe not. Damn it. Where is your base? Tell me where your base is. They weren't in a talking mood. Really, Uthor, or are you joking? They actually do. Wow. Where the hell are Where's their base? Oh, there it is. God damn it. How many square meters is the planet? Well... We're done being attacked? We're done being attacked. Okay. The map is painted. All that's left is 3 strongholds. So, let's go ahead and save. Monday at hopefully 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We will go ahead and finish crushing the Xenoscum.